Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the online training workshop, Government Innovation for Social Inclusion of Vulnerable Groups, co-organized by the UN Department of Economic Social Affairs through its UN Project Office on Governance of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government, and the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation in support of UN Capital Development Fund Malaysia. My name is Mi-kyung Park, Governance and Public Administration Officer at UNPOG, DPIDG, UNDESA, and I'm the moderator of the opening session. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all participants from many countries around, not only from Asia and the Pacific, but also from other regions across the world for joining this workshop today. This online training workshop is aimed to develop capacities of government officials and other relevant stakeholders to promote innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Without further ado, I would like to begin the open session. First of all, it is my great pleasure to invite Mr. Pogyun Shim, Head of UN Project Office on Governance, DPIDG UNDESA, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Shim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mi-kyung. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the online training workshop on government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Taking this occasion, I would like to express my deep appreciation to MDEC colleagues, including Chief Executive Officer Ms. Surina Shukuri, for their hard work to make this training possible. I also thank UNCDF Malaysia for its kind support. Our special thanks go to our colleagues like Adriana from the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government and Makiko from Division for Inclusive Sustainable Development of UNDESA, UN Women, WHO, SCAP, ADB, and all the distinguished speakers. This online training workshop is addressing a very important theme, as ensuring leaving no one behind is the overarching principle of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In every country, vulnerable groups, those groups and individuals living in vulnerable situations, confront barriers that prevent them from fully participating in their nation's political, economic, and social life. The COVID-19 pandemic has further marginalized vulnerable groups and exacerbated their vulnerabilities, as they lack resilience in the face of disasters and the inability to cope with external shocks. An estimated 71 million people are expected to be pushed back into extreme poverty in 2020, the first rise in global poverty since 1998. Lost incomes, limited social protection, and rising prices mean even those who were previously secure could find themselves at risk of poverty and hunger. The decade of action calls for accelerating sustainable solutions to all world's biggest challenges, including reducing inequality. More countries have acknowledged the policy need to move from business as usual governance to innovation for achieving inclusion of vulnerable groups. Yet they need to be better equipped with the knowledge, tools, and the capacities to promote social inclusion. We'll try to address several main themes during this workshop. Firstly, inclusive and participatory governance and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions are essential to address the challenges of vulnerable groups, particularly by improving service delivery and engaging vulnerable groups in policy designing, implementation and monitoring and reviewing processes of pursuing national sustainable development. Secondly, it is imperative to foster empowerment of vulnerable groups to take part in social and economic life and promoting collaboration among government, civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, and the local communities. Thirdly, It is important to harness digital government and frontier technologies as effective means of government innovation to enable the social inclusion of vulnerable groups. By reaping the potential of digital technologies, government can innovate public services to better address the special needs of vulnerable groups and promote e-participation of vulnerable groups in the policy processes. Fourthly, addressing financing and other resource gaps through innovative financing and partnership is another crucial dimension for promoting social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Innovative solutions to address these gaps require collective efforts and tapping on the skills, capacities, and the experiences of all stakeholders from across sectors, including those of vulnerable groups themselves. Least but not least, it is important to foster inclusive mindsets of government officials and other relevant stakeholders and build an enabling ecosystem with the empowerment and the engagement of vulnerable groups. I strongly hope that this workshop can provide good knowledge and meaningful policy implications to all participants by introducing innovative approaches, strategies, and tools from experts and sharing innovative practices from participating government officials. We are very honored to have invited a number of excellent speakers from government ministries and agencies, international organizations, including various UN agencies, academia, and the research institute, as well as businesses. I hope this workshop provides a valuable opportunity for peer-to-peer learning and partnership building across countries and sectors. I look forward to insightful discussions and your active participation throughout the workshop. Thank you. Floor to you, Mi-kyung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shin, for your opening remarks. Next, it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Surina Shukri, Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, to deliver her opening remarks. Ms. Shukri, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. I'm extremely excited and delighted to be joining you this morning at this workshop. Good morning, Mr. Bogyan Shin, Ms. Adriana Alberti, and Ms. Makati Takashira from the UN. And I also want to acknowledge all the participants that's out there today. This morning, or this evening, or this afternoon rather, this online workshop brings together close to 200 participants from 45 different countries, which is certainly very exciting because what this highlights is the fact that the themes that we're talking about here are universal themes. I want to especially thank the UN DESA as well as UNCDF for this opportunity to partner with MDEC to drive this agenda forward. For those not familiar with MDEC, we are Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, and our mandate is to drive the digital economy forward. We're a governmental agency, and we're doing what we can to really ensure that as we continue to help the country make the digital leap into 4IR, at the same time, we ensure that no one is left behind. I want to share 3 quick themes for participants to consider as we navigate the agenda for this of this workshop. So number 1, as it relates to inclusion, as it relates to making sure that we can help and develop and support vulnerable groups, there is now a greater sense of urgency. These topics and themes were very, very important before. What COVID has done is really elevated the sense that there is a greater sense of urgency now. And when it comes to operating, speed is key. And so that's something that we've really seen. The vulnerable groups, and when we talk about social inclusion, it falls on the responsibility of government. And then governments all around the world typically hasn't been known to be We're not known for speed, but as we think about how we need to operate moving forward, speed is key because sense of urgency is key. Number two, as we think about applying and implementing and coming up with solutions, the tools are largely out there at our disposal. So it's really all about being innovative in figuring out ways to apply all the different tools, especially tech tools and digital tools that's out there to help support these vulnerable groups. So it's really all about innovating around process, really. And then finally, because there are commonalities and themes consistent across different countries, collaboration is key to help continue to build momentum and move forward. You know, they say that if you want to go far, you can go together. And so I think that forums like this, UN, DESA, DPIDG, UNCDF are really, really important. And it's really up to us to continue to build the network from here on as we continue to collaborate and build momentum from here. So with that, I pass it back to our wonderful moderator for the morning. And I wish all the participants a very productive session online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chikri, for your opening remarks. Next, I would like to invite two presenters who will provide overview introductions to the theme of government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. For the first presentation, I would like to invite Ms. Adriana Alberti, Chief of the Program Management and Capacity Development Unit of DPIDG UNDESA. Ms. Alberti, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mi-Kyung, and good morning, good evening to all of you. It is a great pleasure to join you in this facilitated online training workshop, and allow me also to join Mr. Shim in thanking MDEC for their great collaboration. As you all know, government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups is needed today more than ever. As you all know, the COVID-19 has emerged as an unpredictable, complex crisis. It is affecting all countries, yet the outbreak is disproportionately hitting vulnerable and marginalized individuals and groups. The pandemic is also greatly affecting women who have less access to social protection. The pandemic has created major disruptions to the functioning of governments as a whole and also to the provision of basic services. It has exposed deep inadequacies in the existing systems and inequalities within many societies. It has uncovered governance weaknesses and capacity deficits in the health systems. The current pandemic, as also highlighted by Mr. Shim, has challenged government as usual as a whole, not necessarily developing countries only. We know that many developed countries are also struggling. But this crisis calls for a deep reflection of what type of communities we wish to live in. Governments and people will need to rethink what a good society looks like and the values upon which our societies and social contract are built upon. We must ask, is it a society where healthcare, for example, is a privilege of the few? Is it a society with deep inequalities and precarious living conditions for millions of people? Is it a society where a few reap the benefits of our collective efforts? Inequality and disregard for the well-being of groups and people living in vulnerable situations, disrespect for the environment and the primacy of economic gain over social and environmental dimensions of sustainable development have made this crisis much worse than it could have been. So rethinking a better normal and realizing the sustainable goals requires a new understanding of what progress is and how it is measured. Focusing on GDP alone as a measure of progress has not allowed countries to promote development that is sustainable. Pursuing economic growth without consideration for or at the expense of the environment is endangering the earth and the lives of present and future generations. Increasingly, countries are focusing on new ways to measure development, going beyond indicators of economic progress, encompassing other dimensions that focus on the concept of individual well-being, social welfare, and sustainability. The countries that in 2019 topped the World Happiness Report ranking are those with the most inclusive institutions, trust in government, and a strong sense of community. For this reason, the 2030 Agenda and its principles of leaving no one behind and intergenerational equity are more valid today than ever before. The agenda provides a path for countries to build back better by focusing on global solidarity, inclusion, social protection of vulnerable groups, and respect for our environment. At the end, the question we must address is, how do we want our societies to be governed? And what new capacities are needed to overcome COVID-19 challenges and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, while we ensure that no individual and no group is left behind. Experience has shown that a lack of good governance and weak institutions are a barrier to development. UN Secretary General Guterres noted that inclusion, empowerment, and equality must be at the heart of our efforts to ensure sustainable development. We know that public challenges are complex. Governments are struggling to effectively deal with the SDGs and solve problems that involve high levels of interconnectedness, uncertainty, and instability. At the same time, the pace of change is rapid, including technological change, and governments often lack the agility to respond to this acceleration. So innovation in government and an empathic mindset among public servants are critical to build inclusive societies. Taking sustainable development from theory into practice requires that countries rethink their governance systems based on a new social contract where everyone is included. The SDGs demand a different response, one that public servants are still learning how to approach. So there is no lack of commitment or momentum towards the SDGs or the principle of leaving no one behind, but the challenges are for public servants how to shift mindsets, capacities, and how to build the capacities and knowledge to make this happen. But a profound shift in mindsets is not only required among public servants, but society as a whole. With this in mind, UNDESA has developed a curriculum on governance for the Sustainable Development Goals. It includes different training of trainers, facilitated online courses, customized workshops, and other activities that we have developed together with experts, worldwide experts, schools of public administration, and government officials. And these courses will be hosted on the United Nations Public Administration Network that I invite you to visit. The various, and you can see now, next, please. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a highlight. So we have covered different thematic areas, from transforming public servants' mindsets to implement the 2030 Agenda, to transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions, institutional arrangements and governance capacities for policy coherence, national to local governance, risk-informed governments, and of course, innovation and digital government for public service delivery, and government innovation for the inclusion of vulnerable groups. And this workshop is piloting that particular toolkit. Next. We also have a toolkit for women's empowerment and integrated policies and policy coherence for the SDGs. Next. These, as I said, the idea is that these are living documents. It's training material that can be used by anyone. And it is based on partnerships with academia, experts, schools of public administration, and other UN agencies and entities. Next. And please do check out all of these courses and toolkits and training material, capacity development material will be made available on the UN Public Administration Network, which is a global network of institutions and experts worldwide working on themes of governance and public administration with a focus on Goal 16. Next. And these are just some of the UNPAN members that cover all the regions of the world. So if you're interested in all of the various activities that we are undertaking at UNDESA in the area of governance and public administration, this is a place where you can find all of the information. And with these few words, I hope that the meeting will be fruitful, and I am sure that we will learn a lot from all of the participants and from your engagement. I look forward to your insightful recommendations and insights. And again, I wish you a very productive meeting. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mi-Kyung.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alberti, for your very insightful statements and presentation. Now, it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Makiko Tagashira, Officer in charge of Social Policy Analysis Section of Global Dialogue for Social Development Branch of the Division for Inclusive Social Development of UNDESA, to deliver her presentation. Ms. Tagashira, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mi-Kyung. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Makiko Tagashira. Thank you for your introduction. This is a great pleasure and honor to be providing some overview of the social inclusion. Social inclusion is at the heart of my work, and I have been working since around 2007, very early stage of developing the concept of social inclusion. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Social inclusion, as you said, as you noticed, maybe probably you know already, it was from the World Summit for Social Development, 1995. At that time, we called social integration, but in fact, it is now developing social inclusion. So the social inclusion concept is since then evolved, and then now adapted into the 2030 agenda, and especially with a commitment to leave no one behind and endeavor to reach the furthest behind the first. It is also reflected in vulnerable groups. So in Agenda 2030, there are those identified, those who are reflected in the agenda as vulnerable groups. It's children, youth, persons with disability, people living with HIV/AIDS, older person, indigenous people, refugee, and internally displaced person, and migrants. However, of course, it depends on the country who decide which group and vulnerable people, individuals you are targeting for. And also, as you know, SDG 16 to promote a peaceful and inclusive society, and SDG 1, poverty, end poverty everywhere in all its dimensions, and also SDG 10, which is reduce inequality between and within countries. But also this social inclusion is mainstreamed into all all goals and targets. For example, there's a target for achieve education for all, or access to healthcare for all. This all is all people. That means everybody is included. So this is a strong manifestation of social inclusion. Next, please. Just give a very, the initial idea of social inclusion that actually started from the how to maintain a peaceful society and a good social relationship. So as long as the social relationship is like fragmented or excluded or polarized, and that is a negative social relationship, and we would like to make it the positive one. It's collaborating or coexisting. Coexisting is kind of minimum, but for coexisting to collaborating to cohesive social cohesion. So everybody's included, everybody feel like they are part of the society and actively engaged and contributing to the benefit of the society. But of course, this is fluid, and as long as there are some people excluded and not so actively contributed, first, this is enhanced the social tensions, but also this ability or productivity of these people are underutilized. So as a society itself, it is a kind of a lost, missed opportunity. Could you go to the next one? So social inclusion, there are all the approach that is bring those excluded into mainstream society, but they don't feel comfortable because they have to change, give up their identity. But this approach with the social inclusion is all person can keep their identity but still included. This approach is much more comfortable, and then it actually works because they don't want to be kind of forced assimilation into something that which they are not. But this one is you can keep your identity, but still you are included. This is a quite powerful statement. And of course, this inclusion, but also respect for diversity, social justice, and mutual trust. And for that, and the trust is actually very important, building a trust. And then they feel like they develop some ownership. So ownership, then they have joined the problem, the joint problem, collaborative problem solving, and contribute to the betterment of society. So participation is very important, and participation in policy making process that affect their lives. It's very important because it's not, the policy is not only for look at them as a beneficiary, but also they include them as a part of the policy. So they listen to them and then address their concerns, but also implementations, evaluation, they include them so that they can also have ownership. Next slide, please. So in our division for inclusive social development, we have a program we use. Older persons with disability, indigenous people living in poverty, and people living in rural and remote areas, people living in urban informal settlement. This is recently we started working on, we call it homeless, but it's more like a expanded understanding of homeless, including informal settlement, those people on the street, but these are also very much excluded people, and also people affected by natural and human-made disaster. They are temporarily displaced and become homeless, and then they need also assistance. If you live not included, they may stay in or falling into poverty. So any other group, individual in any temporarily or permanently vulnerable situations. Next, please. Well, while we are addressing the marginalized persons and groups and the individuals in vulnerable situation, what happened right now is inequality is widening, especially developed country. And so what middle class sometimes falling into poverty, and there's a lot of tensions created. So we have to also, social inclusion of the marginalized group is important, but also we have to address inequality, which is much more systematic. We need to address inequality as well. So strategy to promote social inclusion, we put reducing much bigger systematic reducing inequality and poverty. this is go on, and we take a universal approach, which is more universal access, ensuring universal access to education, healthcare, then the equality and water, sanitation, and also access to decent work and job, which is, so this is related to all these different SDG goals. At the same time, while we are also addressing universal, but until you really achieve universal goal, for example, social protection, it's relatively probably not so much. Half of the population of the world has not have a decent social protection. So before you reach the universal coverage, we also target the specific groups. So it's removing barriers, legal, physical, socio-economic, political combat discrimination and stereotyping. And some cash transfer targeted approach is also important. And then last but not least, is inclusive and open institutions is very important. This is what your workshop is about. Next, please. So major gaps and challenges we identified. This is especially targeted for partnership and participation. Many government or organized consultation, but sometimes, the people in a marginal population think it's just a checkbox. They come and they listen to it, but nothing happens. They don't listen. They just write something, but they're not really. So that's not just a, but it shouldn't be just listening, hearing, but the checking box, but it has to be really hearing what their needs are. And also consultation do not lead actionable solution, and limited time and budget allocation for consultation. The process is top down, and sometimes people feel like, especially indigenous people, the process itself is not so, it's like one-sided, and they're not, from the beginning, they don't feel included. So another one is lack of capacity of civil organization. This is another side. It's the government side do a lot, but then civil society organization representative side has not so much, doesn't have a capacity that needs to be addressed, and may not work with civil society. So sometimes the identified organization is not fully representing those groups, and that has to be also addressed. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So the solution is, of course, change institutional cultures and mindset of civil servant. Sometimes it's a bias or value. It is very much into when you spend a childhood, it was such a cemented in your value system, and you don't probably notice. So sometimes this kind of training would be very helpful. And identifying good partnerships and skills facilitated, especially skill and facilitated broad-based civic consultation. These are very good skills, and sometimes people don't have these skills, but it's worthwhile. And also informed publicly the result, and then timing is very important, as some of the speakers said. Okay, next, please. We are running out of time. Yes, and at the same time, it's a capacity of disadvantaged marginal group themselves needs also need to be enhanced. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So tools in our division, we have some publications and expert group meeting, and especially this is inequality, but we have also participatory dialogue that was quite a long time ago, but it was quite useful. If you could search, you can find it online. This is how to make a dialogue. Next, please.
Ms. Tagashira, I'm sorry to intervene. Could you kindly start wrapping up the presentation, please?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so next, please. Next, please. Next, we skip this. Could you skip? Yes, so this is about the digital divisions, but this is, yes. Okay, so finally, we have a 59th session of the United Nations Commission for Social Development. Is to be February 2021 under socially just transition towards sustainable development. And this is again, Adriana said, how we can achieve inclusive economy, society well-being for all, and protect the environment, the planet. We all address these issues. So I highly recommend you to listening in, probably virtual, to the commission. Thank you very much, and hope the successful endeavor. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Takashira, for your very comprehensive presentation. I would like to once again extend sincere appreciation for all speakers of the opening session. Now, before starting the first thematic session, I would like to briefly explain the overview of this online training workshop. This 2-day online training workshop is a pilot testing of the training toolkit on the same title, Government Innovation for Social Inclusion of Vulnerable Groups, which is currently being developed as a part of UNDESA DPID's curriculum on governance for the SDGs, as Ms. Adriana Elbotti has also introduced. The workshop is composed of 4 thematic sessions that will address the selected modules from the toolkit. Today, session will address governance innovation on how to foster inclusive and participatory governance for engagement of vulnerable groups in policy processes. The second session will focus on leveraging digital government and frontier technology for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. For day 2 on Thursday, we'll begin with session 3, which will address inclusion of vulnerable groups during public health emergencies, including in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Session 4 will focus on financing and partnership for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Each session will be composed of thematic presentations by experts, country case presentations, Q&A, group discussions, and reporting to the plenary. Also, participants are, next please, are invited to work on the change project plan during the workshop to develop actions for the change you wish to achieve for promoting social inclusion of vulnerable groups in your country and organization after taking this workshop. So please share your ideas and experiences with other participants for developing the change project plan. Next, please. Also, we invite all participants to join the online discussion board on UNPOG website, as all training materials, including the session guidance notes, PPT files, and reference materials will be uploaded here. Continued discussion among the participants will also take place here on the online discussion board. For those who cannot access the online discussion board, kindly note that the session guidance notes are also available on UNPOG website as well. And the draft toolkit will also become available on the online discussion board soon for your learning reference as well as your feedback. We would like to ask participants to kindly share your feedback via the form which is available on the board. Your feedback will be very helpful for us to better improve the toolkit by ensuring that it's based on the demands from the member states as well as other users. Lastly, upon successful completion of the training, participants will receive a certificate jointly issued by the organizers. Kindly be advised that to be eligible for the certificate, participants need to attend at least 3 thematic sessions. This is a brief overview of the workshop. If you have any inquiries or comments, or if you experience any technical difficulties, please feel free to let our staff know via Zoom chat box or email. We look forward to your very active participation during this workshop. Now, this concludes the opening session, and it is now my great pleasure to invite the facilitator of session 1, Mr. Keping Yao, Senior Governance and Public Administration Expert of UNPOG, DPID's UNDESA, to begin the session 1 on innovative governance toward inclusive and participatory governance. Keping, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mikyo. Yeah. So before I start the session 1, I would like to give a kind of a overview introduction of the session 1, which is how to say? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So session 1, we have 4 sessions. Yeah. So I will start with the overview presentation on governance innovation. Then followed up by a presentation on the principles of effective governance for sustainable development and also inclusive governance for vulnerable groups by Mr. Luis Mullman. Then our colleague from SCAP, Mr. Hitumi, will talk about the stakeholder engagement. And then followed by two country case presentations by our colleague from Cambodia, the Secretary of State and the Chair of the Social Assistance Subcommittee, Ministry of Social Affairs, Veterans and Youth Rehabilitation. Then also we have the honor to invite Ms. Jocelyn, Assistant Secretary from the Department of Social Welfare and Development from Philippines. Next, please. And also after the presentation, we will have a Q&A with presenters for 10 minutes through the chat box. So if you have any questions during the presentation of our speakers, you can post your questions there. So then after this kind of Q&A session, we will have a group discussion. We have already assigned the groups. You have a pre-assigned to each group, So during the next 4 sessions, this group will keep fixed, And also you can select your own leader and a rapporteur for each group. So when we report into the plenary, so the rapporteur can will select 1 or 2 groups to present to the plenary. Then finally we have a wrap up and also for the next session. Next, please. And also during the group discussion, we will have this kind of select from the change project on the setting the goal by identifying the challenges and approaches to engaging vulnerable groups and other stakeholders. So we propose 5 questions for your discussions. So one question: what is the specific challenge your country or institution is confronting in terms of social inclusion of vulnerable groups? And then second question would be what is the main change you aim to see in your country organization by developing and implementing this change project? For example, the new or revised law and policy or institutional mechanism of social inclusion, organizational change, new human resources capacities, and new digital skills, adaptation of an inclusive, innovative practice. The third question proposed for your discussion is which vulnerable groups will you change project main target? The fourth question will be how will the vulnerable groups or other citizens be involved in the designing and implementation of the change project? What will be the strategies and the mechanism to involve them through like a survey, interviews, or different other channels? So the fifth question is how will other stakeholders to be engaged in design, implementation, evaluation of the change project, and what would be the strategies and the mechanism to facilitate engagement. So I hope that during each session, you can keep these questions in mind, so that so when you go through, when we go together through the presentation, you can keep this question in mind. Thank you. So now I will start with the my presentation. Ouyang, can you play the slides now? Very good, thank you. So I will make an overview presentation about governance innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Next, please. My presentation will include this kind of several components. The first, I will speak very briefly about ensuring the inclusion of vulnerable groups and leaving no one behind for achieving the 23rd agenda. Then the second, I will talk about the defining vulnerabilities and vulnerabilities of vulnerable groups, which is also very challenging for many countries due to like lack of data disaggregation and also lack of standardized concept to defining the vulnerability. And also, I will also talk about why we need governance innovation for social inclusion and what types of governance innovation. Next, please. Actually, my colleague Hitumi just also make a very good elaboration about ensuring the inclusion of vulnerable groups and also leaving the one behind for achieving the 2030 agenda in her presentation. So actually, inclusion of vulnerable groups and leaving the one behind is highlighted in the 2030 agenda as its overarching principles. And also, it's kind of a distinct feature of the 2030 agenda in its emphasis on reaching the poorest and the most vulnerable. Next, please. About this kind of definition of vulnerable groups, according to the 2030 agenda, I want to emphasize two important dimensions. The first is that the 2030 agenda it's very dedicated to the vulnerable groups and their urgent need for empowerment. This is very important, how to empower the vulnerable groups. Secondly, is that the UN member states has gradually recognized that to ensure that the inequalities and acute deprivation can be decreased only when the furthest left behind, they can benefit to a greater degree and a faster pace from government policies and investment. So this is very important that those kind of vulnerable groups, they should be able to benefit from this, from the government policies and investment through the empowerment and also through the policies by the government. Next, please. Also, due to this kind of, how to say, increased frequency and intensity of disasters, so the vulnerable groups, they are more prone or sustainable to the disasters. And also, if you see from the left chart, you can see that many statistics demonstrate that the vulnerable groups, they are more disproportionately impacted by disasters. For example, the mortality rate in disasters is higher for women than for men. Also, from the right two charts, the persons with disabilities have limited access to post-disaster services and resources. Yeah. So they have a difficulty in accessing this kind of emergency help and assistance. Also for the children, the disasters prevent children education and exacerbating their vulnerability. Next, please. Also currently, the COVID-19 have a great impact on the vulnerable groups, especially for the older persons and also for the persons on the move, including refugees and internally displaced persons. Yeah. So recently, UN released 2 policy briefs to illustrate the impact of COVID-19 on the older persons. Yeah. And also from the right chart, you can see that the current crisis really have a great impact on the people of those refugees and IDPs. From either health perspective, from protection health perspective, or social economic crisis. Yeah. So from the right chart, you can see that because the remittances now is next to FDI, is a very important source of financial resources for many developing countries. Yeah. So because of this COVID-19, many countries lost this kind of important revenue. Yeah, of the remittances. Yeah. And also for health-wise, because many kind of refugees and people on the move, they live in a very kind of unsanitary places and also with the compromised health services. Yeah, so they are put in even more danger. Next, please. So now I would like to talk about a little bit about how to define the vulnerability and the vulnerabilities of vulnerable groups. Yeah, this one is very important. That can help us to for other kind of presentation, other kind of speakers, presentations, and also for other sessions. Yeah. So the term vulnerability actually points at the situation of quality where people are exposed to risk and it can be easily attacked. And also the vulnerability actually is a kind of theoretical concept and it's very difficult to be measured or observed, yeah. So vulnerability has a very broad meaning. It's also very context dependent, and also it could have many kind of different opinions, yeah. And also among all the definitions, although they are different, there's a common consensus is that the vulnerability is bound to a specific location and a context. Next, please. And also vulnerability is not a natural phenomena. It has its historical, social, cultural, environmental, political, and economic roots, yeah. So for better understanding and addressing vulnerability, we should have a clear view on all the contributing causes and circumstances, yeah. Also, we should also understand that vulnerability is kind of systematic concept. It is combined or linked of a number of causes. It's not a single phenomena. So to address the vulnerability, all the solutions should be also systematic as well. Next, please. So vulnerability is kind of very complex with multifaceted and multiple factors. So that's why the process of identification should be it's a difficult task. Yeah, it's due to the different types of methodologies or lack of data sources, especially the disaggregated data, inconsistent data, or insufficient technical skills to collect and evaluate such data. Next, please. And also another important dimension of vulnerability is that vulnerability is dynamic. It's not a static phenomena. It can be related to the present conditions, or it can be also linked to the future conditions. Yeah. Also, we should understand that even within the same vulnerable group, the vulnerabilities is heterogeneous. Yeah. So we should understand this kind of very difficult feature that even within the same group, they are very kind of heterogeneous. Yeah. And also vulnerable group of people, they are confronted with multiple vulnerabilities. For example, the female refugees, the youth and the children with disabilities, and the older persons in poverty. Next, please. And also another example is that due to the urbanization process, for example, this kind of a case of a city, you can see the urbanization is exploring, and the vegetation and the supply of water is shrinking. So which cause a lot of problem and increased vulnerabilities. Yeah. For example, the urbanization causes reduced means to cope with external shocks due to the lack of water or like social exclusion or unemployment. Yeah. Next, please. And also the international organizations also give different concepts or measurements of the vulnerability in terms of different mandates of different organizations. For example, World Bank is talk about the exposure to risks that leads to unacceptable levels of deprivation. For the IPCC, it's mainly care about the ability to respond or adapt to the external shocks due to the climate change. Yeah. Next, please. And also Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, in its kind of mandates, it recognizes vulnerability as an inability to enjoy human rights and also high exposure to risk of violation and abuse. So the concept of vulnerability constitute a foundational element of the human rights framework. Next, please. And also UNDRR, it defines the vulnerability as the conditions determined by physical, social, economic, and environmental factor or process which increases the susceptibility of an individual to the impact of hazards. The WHO also has a definition is that it's going to degree to which a population or certain groups is unable to anticipate, cope with, or resist or recover from impact of disasters. Next, please. So you can see that from all this kind of different definitions, it has a great variety due to the different dimensions or in multifaceted challenges of the vulnerable groups. Yeah. Next, please. So with that, we can see that we need to, to address all these kind of vulnerabilities with multi-dimensional features. We need to have some governance innovation to address such kind of a complex feature of vulnerabilities. And also the traditional policy and the legislative framework are not fully adapted to address the dynamically evolving needs of vulnerable groups. So these frameworks need to transform to accommodate the changing contextual environments. For example, the urbanization I just mentioned, and also the digital era. It's all new challenges for the vulnerable groups. And also now also they are shifting from the protection-based approach to the rights and needs-based approach. Yeah. And also the traditional hierarchical governance should be also transformed. Yeah. So because the hierarchical governance, the lack of a meaningful engagement of other stakeholders. Yeah. And also the lack of a means of effective implementation, including the technical financial resources, are also important barriers to for empower the vulnerable groups. Yeah. So all these kind of limitations has kind of difficulty to address the vulnerability. For example, the limited public service quality, which is addressed in the module 6 of a toolkit. So we need to have more people-centered public services to overcome gaps and address vulnerability. Yeah, next, please. Yeah. Yes. And also the citizen engagement limitation, which is addressed by module 8. So we need to create some enabling ecosystem for vulnerable groups. Yeah. And also the limited financing capacity is another barrier to address the vulnerability, which is addressed in module 11. So how we can breach this kind of gaps in the financing resources. And also the limitation in innovations is also another barrier. This is also addressed in module 7. And also my colleague, Mi-Kyung Park, will address in her presentation in the next session, how to better leverage digital government and frontier technologies to address the vulnerability. Next, please. And also currently the government is also operating in an environment of increasing change, citizens demand more, and also there's kind of a risk of mismatch in the demand and supply. Next, please. And also there's different types of governance innovation. Yeah. So this kind of issue will be fully addressed by our next speaker, Luis. And also I just mentioned that governance, traditional governance is about how the government traditionally work to reach their goals. And also the broad definition is about that the governance is about how public administration, organization, and other stakeholders can develop solutions and create opportunities for society change challenges together with other stakeholders. Yeah. Next, please. Now, so governance measure to be innovative, they have to improve access, produce better quality services, be inclusive by considering needs of those who's left behind, and also develop people-driven and people-centered initiatives, and that should be transparent and accountable. Next, please. And also in the 2019 SDG report of the United Nations, it also mentions that governance is one of the 4 levels to enable and steer transformation and innovation. Yeah. Next, please. So we have 4 types of innovation for governance. Yeah. So one is by institutional innovation, which focuses on a renewal of established institutions and establishment of new institutions. The second type, the organizational innovation, it includes the introduction of new working procedures or management techniques in public administration. The third is about a process innovation, which focuses on improvement of the quality of public service delivery. And the fourth is about conceptual innovation, which focuses on introduction of new forms of government, which include, for example, the interactive policymaking, people's budget for reforms, horizontal networks. So next, please. I have some good case studies about this kind of 4 types of information, which is also included in the toolkit. Yeah. The first case about the institutional innovation of Mexico, which they create a new council in the state of Nuevo León to formulate long-term policies. Yeah. So it facilitates the cross-sector collaboration between key stakeholders. Next, please. And also another case of organizational innovation is in of Ecuador, which kind of the 2017 US PSA winner, which is about a solution that addresses inequality and social exclusion due to a severely fragmented healthcare sector. Next, please. So about the process innovation, I also have a case from the Seoul One District. It's about this the solution to address the health problem of the elderly people. It's about the process innovation. Next, please. And also another one is about a conceptual innovation, the participatory budgeting. So currently we have more than 1,500 cities adopting this practice. Local residents can propose projects based on their real needs and vote to select the projects. Yeah. I have the example case of the New York City Council. Yeah. So New Yorkers, including vulnerable groups, can make proposals on their online mapping and they participate in the voting process. Next, please. So several kind of a key message I want to transmit. So one is that ensuring and promoting social inclusion of vulnerable groups should be further highlighted due to the current pandemic situation as they are disproportionately impact. Secondly, vulnerability is a complex, dynamic, systematic, and multifaceted with multiple and interlinked factors. The third one, the process of identifying vulnerable groups is challenging due to lack of standard methodology and the data disaggregation. Fourth is that traditional governance face limitations. So that's governance innovation is needed as well as for government innovation. So also governance innovation ranges from institutional organization to process and conceptual innovation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so my presentation is kind of overview presentation. So I just give you a general conceptual background about what we were working in the coming 2 days. Yeah. So now let me have the pleasure to invite Mr. Luis Meruman, who is our member of the UNCEPA, to deliver his presentation. Luis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Keping, and good morning, evening, and so on, everybody. It's in the middle of the night in Brussels, but I'm happy and very honored to be able to speak to you for, I hope, less than 15 minutes, because we are a bit behind schedule, I think. So I will be talking about setting the scene, giving some context on principles, on strategies, and on capacities and mindsets. Next slide, please. These are 3, let's say, chapters that are very important, yes. And then again, the next slide, because we are moving very fast now. Yes, please. First of the 3 sections is about principles of innovative governance in the context of social inclusion of vulnerable groups. But before I do that, I would like to say a few things, and coming back to the term governance. The SDGs 16 calls for effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, as we know. And that also applies to governance. So governance is, as Kepping has introduced, about how to do things, but it's about effectiveness also, about how to do things effectively and not only efficiently, about accountability, ensuring that we have efficient and effective and accountable institutions, being subject to independent review and oversight, and inclusiveness is the third dimension, about having all stakeholders on board, which is very important in the context of the topic of this session, of course. Next slide, please. Effective governance is always context related. It's always about context. Global trends may be part of this context in every country. And there are upwards and downwards global trends. The point is not that all of them always apply, but that it is important to be aware of that possibility that these trends are important. And one example in the first boxes of this graph, many of us are using the term best practice a lot, but that is linked to blueprint thinking, the idea that there's one solution for everything and in every situation. But that's a downward trend, and more people stop using the concept of best practices and are starting to use alternatives like good practice or inspiring examples. Next slide, please. Another point which is relevant for social inclusion of vulnerable groups is that it is handy, it's practical to have an overview of what is typical in a certain context. And we have 7 examples here. You can see that for each challenge there is always more than one solution that could be considered. There are typical solutions for a hierarchical culture in an organization or in government or in network culture or in market culture. And these are just 7 examples. Next slide, please. And there are many more because I made a toolbox of 50 features of governance, and each has these three typical operational forms. So this is a huge toolbox you can use if you want to improve the governance in your government. Next slide, please. And now we get into the principles. As it was introduced, I'm a member of the UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration, and 2 years ago we, together with DESA, developed 11 principles of effective governance for sustainable development. They were then also endorsed by the UN ECOSOC Council in July 2018. It is important to have these principles and to use them, also to check old existing policies, but also to help developing new policies. And if you use these 11 principles to check what is an existing policy, how complete or how balanced it is, you often see that the 5 last principles, the inclusiveness principles, are the weakest part of governance frameworks. And I know this from OECD, for example, but there are other governance frameworks where exactly this part is really missing, the inclusiveness part. Yes, next please. We can have principles, but how realistic are they? That's important. So based on that question, SEPA with DESA developed a list of 62 commonly used strategies or approaches to make it more concrete. And I will just give some examples of that. On the principle of competence, it is important, and it's not new, of course, that you need a professional sector, public sector workforce. And I would like to add a proud workforce, because there's a lot, and especially in this time of COVID-19, there's a lot of pressure on public sector workforce, and also more recognition than it was in the past years, generally, I think. Human resource management is important. Skip to the next one, please. The principle of collaboration is mostly about horizontal and vertical coordination and coherence between different public administration organizations, and also the relation with the stakeholders. The next example, please. The principle of integrity Very important, anti-corruption policies, codes of conduct for public officials, competitive public procurement. Yes, but I really have an amendment there also, because sustainable public procurement is something else, and that could be competing with effective or efficient public procurement. So that is one of the things that our committee is going to discuss in April next year at our next session, sustainable public procurement as a lever. The next, please. The principle of non-discrimination is also very important in diversity, and that links very much to vulnerable groups and giving them more access and including them more. The next one, please. The principle of participation, of course, also very important. The next slide is about, please, next slide, on different approaches to engaging vulnerable groups. And there are many stages where how you can do this. This is a classical scheme overview from being informed until on the right side of the scheme, being empowered and also kind of steps in between. Important to realize and also to use when you design the integration and the inclusiveness of vulnerable groups. Next slide, please. The principle of intergenerational equity. We often forget the long term, but it's essential in the context of sustainable development to have people thinking about possible futures, also with regard to vulnerability. I don't know, maybe each country should have a small dedicated observatory or something like that on the future of vulnerability and how vulnerable groups may develop. Next, please. Then the third and last part is short but not unimportant, I think. It's about capacities and mindset. Next, please. First, we really need to, and most of the people in the audience today and the participants will of course agree with that, but the public service has a really critical role to play, and it's time to recognize this a bit better. Ask yourself, for example, that whether the ministry responsible for public sector workforce is part of the SDG coordination team. And I have noticed that often they are not, and that public sector quality, governance quality is seen as kind of an overhead issue. It's a technical issue, it's overhead, but it's not, it's policy, it's important, it's political. So they should be, and they are responsible for key parts of SDGs 16 and 17. So the critical role of public service means also a critical role in Agenda 2030 for those responsible for the quality of the public service. Next, please. When we talk about capacity, we also have to look at obstacles. And here are 5 mentioned: lack of accurate understanding of the specific needs of different vulnerable groups, and the other ones, you can read them later. We don't have much time at the moment, but to overcome the obstacles, we need a more people-centered public service. Please, next slide. Thank you. And here are 7 different methods or elements of a change towards a more public-centered public service. The 6th is important, partnership with private sector and civil society. There's a lot to say about that. There's a completely different training, maybe even. Also, because one thing I would like to highlight, which is that better collaboration with public sector and civil society organizations means not only changing government organizations, but also changing private sector and civil society organizations. We know civil society organizations are often very good professional in advocacy, but it's working together and becoming co-responsible is really something else. And sometimes they still have to learn that. The last point, changing the mindset and behavior of civil servants, is my last short topic. Please, next slide. A mindset is what people believe, what is normal, what they think is normal, what is standard. what is good behavior. And it's about beliefs. It's not the same as reality, because we may believe in things that are not so real. So changing government and innovating governance begins with changing mindsets and behavior within the public sector, and bringing together people, finding out why there are silos, why people are working in silos. There may be very rational reasons for that or irrational reasons for that. One concept I co-developed is teaching silos to dance, so bringing people together in informal ways to get to know each other and to work better together. Important to mention is the by UNEP coordinated self-assessment tool for SDGs 17-14-1, which is a composite indicator on policy coherence. I think this is a very important development, and member states, UN member states, have been asked to do this self-assessment in the coming months, yes. And there's also an upcoming UNDESA toolkit on strengthening institutional arrangements and governance capacity for policy coherence in implementing the SDGs, which is also very recommendable. The next slide is my last one. So that was the internal mindset change, but also changing mindset in relation with stakeholders. This means, like I said already, a change of the stakeholders themselves, but also internally new roles for civil servants. So becoming a facilitator is something else than being an administrator. It is very important to have empowerment of frontline officers, and they are also in literature called street-level bureaucrats, from police to nurses to teachers, the people who are really dealing with very concrete problems in real life every day and have to have some discretionary power, some freedom to decide on the spot in the context in where they are. Skills, we should talk about new values of integrity and empathy, important, and only then civil servants can become innovation agents. I think this is what I wanted to say in a very short time. Thanks very much. The next slide. That was the last one indeed. I gave a short introduction on principles and strategies, capacities and mindset, and I hope it was sufficient at least to trigger some good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. We are so thankful to you because we know that in Brussels is now, 4:20 a.m. So basically you join us at 3 a.m. So we really thank you so much for your kind commitment and for your insightful contributions in a presentation for us. Yeah. So your presentation is very kind of comprehensive on the elaboration on the principles. Yeah. And especially I want to highlight and echo with you about the importance of this kind of 11 principles of effective governance, which has been endorsed by UN ECSOC. Yeah. So especially you mentioned about the 5 inclusive principles, which is the weakest link among all the 11 principles. I think it's a very good, important point. And also, I would like to share with you that UNDESA is trying to further promote this kind of effective principles of effective governance. And also, we already implement 2 training workshops, actually, how to implement these principles. Yeah. Also, Luis, you also make a very good elaboration on the strategies, how to implement the principles, especially about the capacity and mindset for inclusive and participatory governance. It's really true, very important about changing mindsets and behaviors and also new values. Yeah, so and also very important. Thank you so much, Luis. Yeah, and also during the presentation, you keep highlighting importance of the relationships with the stakeholders, about engage other stakeholders. Yeah, thank you so much. So next, I would like to invite our speaker, Ms. Hitomi Rankai, who is the Environmental Affairs Officer from the Environment and the Development Policy Section of the Environment Development Division of ESCAP. So she will further elaborate on the stakeholder engagement. So now let me invite Hitami to deliver her presentation. Hitami, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thanks very much, Keping. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, participants from different parts of the world. First of all, let me just say thank you to UNPOG and colleagues at UNDESA for organizing this important training. Very important topic being covered here. Next slide. Okay. So we've been talking about inclusive governance, and I just wanted to just start by talking about what specifically are we doing when we are talking about inclusive governance. So first of all, we're working with diverse groups of people, including the vulnerable and marginalized, to define the problems, to find the solutions, and to shape the vision for the future. We're involving people in decision-making, in allocating resources, and competently balancing and integrating public and private interests. And this is a really important challenge for government officials and for agencies, even in the private sector. This issue of balancing and integrating different interests. We need to really see the challenge which is inherent in eliminating the influence of social cultural discrimination in service delivery and the business of government. Right? This is an essential function when you're talking about inclusive governance. We are also looking at resource allocation and investment and making sure that there are equal benefits for the vulnerable and the marginalized. And the last activity or the last function that's really important to recognize is looking at the dynamics between different groups in society, because this is an important situational factor. Keping talked a lot about the different factors which influence vulnerability, but this dynamics between different groups in society is really important. So an important activity when we're talking about governance is really looking at how the different groups interact among each other. Now, a useful reference for understanding this more is the Right to the City and the new urban agenda provisions. Next slide, please. So we talked about the change in the mindset. So very often as agencies or government officials, people take the position that if we allow stakeholders to participate, it's a privilege. We're conferring a privilege on people. We really do need to change mindsets, because in fact, the right to participate in public affairs is recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 21. It's Article 25 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and it's a really important aspect of other international treaties. Right? Now, the colleagues at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights undertook a massive consultation process, including importantly with member states, around what are the key elements of this right to participate in public affairs. So there you came to issues such as a safe and enabling environment, equality and non-discrimination, equal and effective access to justice, including remedy, the right to information, openness and transparency, and empowerment of right holders to effectively exercise the rights to participate in public affairs. And many of these echo the principles which were shared by our colleague Louis. Next slide, please. Okay. So we need to get even more concrete than looking at the key principles and the key elements. So when we talk about making this right to participate in public affairs real, we really need to start with this foundation of core values, such as integrity, transparency, participation as a right, etc. This is going to be your start, your foundational requirement for acting well and effectively engaging. Next point, the next step is the clear engagement purpose. So if there is no clear purpose for engaging, then very quickly interest is lost. You don't engage the right stakeholders, and we are really not able to ensure that we're using resources in the right way. The third requirement for engaging effectively and making the right real is around making sure that the institutional mandates are there and there is competence within the institution to deliver on this right. The fourth step is around quality engagement, design and delivery. And finally, when we've put most of these together, you are aiming at engaged and active citizens as partners in creating a shared future. Right? There are lots of contextual factors, right? We need to have access to information. We need a free and informed media. Civic education is actually a very important aspect that needs to be put in place in terms of the context that we're we're looking at engaging in. And then there need to be accountability measures, because when you have accountability, then you have the motivation to engage in the right way, in the correct way. Next slide, please. Okay. So let's look in more detail around why people don't engage. Right? Very often, I've heard in my work, government officials and even colleagues say, you know, the stakeholders, they just don't have capacity to engage. They are not interested, they don't have capacity. But when we look in detail at some of the reasons why people don't engage, and what I'm showing here is the result of a survey by an engagement specialist who's working in Australia. So it's a slightly advanced context, but really when you look at the higher ends of the percentage of respondents who identify barriers to engagement, the most important barriers are lack of time and the lack of influence. So when we say lack of influence, the lack of influence means the idea that stakeholders are not able to change the outcome with their participation. Other important barriers were the perception of benefit. Stakeholders don't understand or don't perceive that there is any benefit in connecting with the issue. They don't even connect with the problem very well. So all of these factors, and then you have other factors such as the access to the engagement processes, confidence, culture, language, fear, money is another one, permission to engage is another one, health to some extent. Okay? So it's really important to understand why people don't engage, to be able to engage effectively. Next slide. Okay. So I think what is really important to understand is that investment in engagement design and planning is essential. So ensuring true stakeholder representation, professional facilitation, dissemination of information to participants, and other aspects of well-delivered process are really more important than project context for successful outcomes. And this is supported by research that we looked at in one of our publications that we issued in 2019, Environmental Change Through Participation. Next slide. So in the work that we do at SGAP, we have tried to facilitate the VNR processes in particular, and many of you will be familiar with the voluntary national review processes in which member states take on this task of assessing their own progress and identifying priorities and working towards better understanding of where they are in terms of their move towards the 2030 agenda. So in this work, we had established a partnership, excuse me, with the International Association for Public Participation to really support government officials in building their own professional capacity. And through this work, we have developed some training reference material. We've delivered training. We've supported VNR processes in countries such as Fiji and Uzbekistan, parts of South Asia. And in the 10 steps that we identify in our work, we start always with understanding the stakeholders really well. So first of all, are our assumptions safe? We saw the previous slide where many of our assumptions maybe not really actually correct. What's the context? What's the history, as Kipping pointed out in his presentation? What's people's knowledge and understanding of the issue? Do they even trust us as lead agencies? This is a really critical question. What are the motivations and values which will inform their investment of their time, and what are their barriers? So we need to understand this very well. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just show a really simple tool. I was asked to really try to get into more practical issues around engagement. So this tool is a very simple stakeholder mapping matrix. So on the y-axis, you're looking at the levels of stakeholder interest, going from low levels of interest to high levels of interest. And on the on the x-axis, we're looking at stakeholder influence. So do stakeholders really have the power to influence their outcomes in a normal situation? And if we look at the quadrants, at the top right quadrant, we have stakeholders who are very interested and really are quite powerful in influencing the outcomes of your project. Right? This group is really motivated. Yeah, they're really ready to engage. They're ready to even collaborate with us as partners. If we don't engage with them well, we have the risk of actually having our project sidetracked. right, by stakeholders who are not happy with not being engaged. So really, this is just an example of how understanding your stakeholders can lead to better strategies. If you look at, say, the top left quadrant, you have the stakeholders who are really interested, high levels of interest, but they don't have any influence, right? So they're standing on the sidelines of most issues. They're frustrated. They would like to have more influence. And because they're interested, they can become really powerful impetus for change. Yeah? So on the bottom right quadrant, you have the stakeholders who are really very high influence because they are either highly impacted or they have other ways of influencing projects other than the official ways. But in fact, they're not very interested. So this group is really important to get to know, right? We need to understand what are their barriers. Is it that they don't trust us? Is it that they don't understand the issues? Engagement strategies need to look at getting to know people better in this quadrant, removing barriers and building trust. Now, in this quadrant, when we did this exercise in PNG, there were interesting groups put there. So for example, we had rural youth, right? So the lead agency said, you know, rural youth lie in this quadrant. We really need to get to understand them better. We had unemployed men. Yeah, this is a stakeholder group that we need to know better. We need to understand what the barriers are to engaging. Okay, so very simple too. Next slide. So I was asked to talk about indicators, and I'd like to introduce here a set of indicators that we developed and used as the basis for putting together a planning and assessment tool. And we did this because it was really important, we understood, to be very clear about what meaningful engagement looks like. So this planning and assessment tool comprises 4 dimensions of meaningful engagement for the 2030 agenda. These 4 dimensions support the identification of a framework of indicators. Each dimension is associated with 6 different indicators, and these indicators point to specific interventions in designing, planning, and delivering and managing meaningful engagement processes. And the last aspect of this guide is an assessment guide. And this assessment guide gives practical guidance around understanding whether an engagement process meets minimum acceptable standards, it's below standard, or whether it's leading practice. Next slide. So this tool was developed by SGAP and IP2 to meet the need for a practical guide to meaningful engagement for the 2030 agenda. It emphasizes inclusion, integration, and transformation. Right? This is in response to the stakeholders' input, which said, look, we are really tired of engagement processes which are tick box exercises. We're looking for engagement processes which transform. We field tested this set of indicators in voluntary national review report processes between 2018 and 2019. And it really looked at how do we make sure that we have quality processes. And this indicator set is really useful for a quick assessment of your current practice. It's really useful also for institutionalization processes. So taking staff, for example, through a process where you work with staff to understand what are the levels of engagement which are practical in the context, important in the context, which indicators are important to focus on, building capacity around, and which ones are less important. They also support directly planning, process, and implementation of stakeholder engagement. And just an important point that should be made here is that it does not assess the outcomes. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 4 dimensions are that engagement should be purposeful, should be proactive, should be inclusive, and should be transformative. And as I said, there are 6 indicators identified for each of these dimensions. Next slide. I'll just focus on the indicators around inclusive engagement. So the first indicator is that you've conducted a stakeholder and context analysis, and that this analysis shape engagement strategy. Second is that you have a diversity of perspectives, and not only that you have included the vulnerable, We've included assenting and dissenting views. You have grassroots, you have scientific perspectives. Inclusions should be taken as a very wide context. Thirdly, you've identified the specific barriers. So you have language, literacy, accessibility, gender, technology, social cultural prejudice, etc. Fourthly, you've included vulnerable and marginalized groups. Fifthly, you have looked at the cultural perspectives in your processes. Sixth, you've looked at the provision of safe spaces as a critical aspect. Next slide, please. I've been told that time is over. Just to point out that this assessment guide includes a scoring guide. And when we go to the next slide, we will see what the result of the assessment process could look at. Could we get the next slide, please? Okay, so this is what your assessment outcome could look like. Next slide, very quickly. Now, really, these indicators are really supportive of looking at building institutional engagement competence. Okay, next slide. Okay, Indonesia is a really good example. I will just say here that making sure that engagement was part of a decentralization strategy really reduced the space for dynastic leadership. There was more responsiveness in governments. Leadership working in the interest of people was far more in evidence, and you had lower levels of discontent, and you had enhanced problem solving. However, skill facilitation is a major issue. And the very last slide, I will just show some very it's kind of cursory list of some methods. And then just to say thank you to everyone for their attention and wishing good discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hitomi. I understand that you would like to do a short poll now, right?
Oh, I can do it if you give me time. Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have a short poll here. It's one question, right? And it's featuring the indicators that we identified for inclusive engagement. And I would just invite participants to choose 2 factors which are the most important to the success of inclusive engagement in your experience. So please, please go quickly, read through the list. Which are the 2 factors which are most important to the success of inclusive engagement in your experience? And then we will close the poll. We give you 1 minute, and then we see what comes up. So what you do is you just take your cursor and you click on the choices and you submit. Okay, I guess we can see what happened. Could we see the results of the poll? Could we close and see the results? Okay, so what we see here is that reducing barriers is identified as the most important, but we see that there is a good support for all aspects. So this is really showing you how difficult it is to really engage well when we're focusing on inclusion. And I will close there and just thank the colleagues. Thank you, Kiping. Thanks everyone for their attention.
Thank you, Hitomi. Thank you so much for give a very kind of a comprehensive elaboration on the inclusive governance. And also, you also mentioned about the like changing mindset, which also, I mean, Louis also mentioned about the changing mindset and the trust building, and also the barriers which we just to engagement, we just have the poll. And also it's very important that you have this kind of engagement, meaningful engagement process. The meaningful, this kind of term is very kind of important. Yeah. So from designing, planning, delivering, and managing. And also normally the engagement, we don't have like a good indicators to monitor and assess the quality. So, but your the stakeholder mapping and also the tool, planning and assessment tool is very useful for our participants to use in their actual work, and how to measure this kind of meaningful engagement from 4 dimensions. Yeah, I think after, because the time is very short, after they receive your PPTs and also all the links, they could have a better understanding on how to make sure that engagement process can be more meaningful, can be more transformative. Yeah. So, and also all this kind of assessment guide that you develop together with IAP2 is also, I think, is very important for our participants. Yeah. And also especially about competence for the stakeholders to be engaged is also very important, because for the meaningful engagement, we should empower our other stakeholders. Otherwise, they don't have the capacity to be engaged. Yeah. So thank you so much, Hitumi. Yeah. So now I would like to invite our two excellent high senior level government officials from Cambodia and Philippines. Now I start with Mr. Sam Hen Boros, who is the Secretary of State and Chair of the Social Assistance for Subcommittee for the Ministry of the Social Affairs, Veteran and Youth Rehabilitation of Cambodia. So before I invite Mr. Boros, I would like also invite our participants to put your question in the chat box, especially now it's very late for Louis. Yeah. So please, if you have any question for him, especially, please leave your question now, because otherwise he will leave us very soon. Okay. So now, Mr. Boros, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Yao, and thank you, UNDC and EDC for organizing this. I'm very honored to be here. And I will be talking here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Right. So I'm on behalf of Ministry of Social Affairs here. This is what I will be touching on social protection in Cambodia, and especially what Louis was talking about just earlier today. Teaching silo to dance. I love this comment that Louis was talking about, and I think the last quadrant graph that was shared by Hitumi, the interest and influence. I think this is where I will put in terms of perspective rather what Cambodia has been doing. So just to have an overview of Cambodia, we are running a population around 16 million people, 5 million are under 18, 1 million are over 60. So we are living right around 2/3 of our population here under 40. So this is what we are looking at. So what we are doing, we've been innovate. We have been innovate social protection to actually trying to provide this inclusive services to the people. So I will be focusing on one of my slides here, but I will run through you a bit, just a quick run through. Please, next slide, please. Right. So the social protection framework, where we'll be touching on the silo, teaching silo to dance, where we are at the beginning stage and how it works. So we have a social security and social assistance program that we are looking at. Next slide, please. Social security, we have pension, health insurance, employment injury. I think likely to every country would look the same thing. Social assistance, we are looking at emergency response, human capital development, vocational training, welfare, vulnerable group. Now, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is just a further view, a little bit of the program. Please, next slide. And this is social security program. Next slide, please. Right. So when we start the social protection framework, where we just started 2017, this is where I want to touch on the idea of how teaching silo to dance, what Louis was talking about when we tested out the option. So, and also the quadrant that was influence and interest. At the technical ministry, we always been trying to solve the problem for the vulnerable group. And how do we get that? But who are the most influenced people in the country, or the most powerful that can call the shot within pushing out forward the scheme, pushing out the scheme and get it done? So at the early stage, we were in debating how do we do this? Social protection, SDGs is coming out. So what do we do? So then we came up with we start to open a group discussion within the government to actually put forward the national social protection. But who's the chair? Is it Ministry of Social Welfare, Ministry of Labor, or who? In the end, what we realized is that the more important was Ministry of Economic and Finance, where they hold the key to budget allocation, and they're actually the right-hand man of the Prime Minister, and that actually able to allocate any budget to what every program. But the key part is to get them to aware of what to be done. So from there, we actually had, we create a social protection council that actually chaired by the MEF, Ministry of Finance and Economic and Finance. And from there, within the committee of the council, Minister of Labor, Minister of Social Welfare, Minister of Women Affairs, Minister of Health, they sit in there, and a few other relevant ministries that actually could call and create a scheme to push forward. So from there, of course, there are actually three or four other levels, subcommittee and operational level. So next slide, please. Right. So this is where I would. It's a little bit confusing here. So you should see the first quarter, the first box is more of an agent. We have community organization, village chief, village head, NGO, health center, school beneficiary. You see there, you will see agent of the program of social assistance that we are pushing and we are working with at the moment. Each of these agents almost under different ministry. You'll see community organization or village head would be right under Ministry of Interior, health center would be under Ministry of Health, school would be run by Ministry of Education, and then we would have other NGO that actually alignment with the Ministry of Social Welfare, etc. So how to get these people to work? We designed a scheme that actually able to allow the beneficiary to come to the commune, and those people that on the left of the furthest left box, those are the agents that actually could support and actually identify the vulnerable group that can come in. So then from there, we actually approach with a more innovative. Now we're actually working with the mobile banking wings to actually further give the beneficiary and stuff like that. So so this is how at the moment it looks. So just to the next slide, please. Right. So I give you an example of what just happened in Cambodia within the COVID-19. So there are two programs that actually I will be highlighting. One is poverty identification, and second is COVID-19 response for for poor family. The poverty identification of Cambodia has started about 10 years ago. It's a proximity testing, and this program is being run by Ministry of Planning. Where the early stage it was just that we actually engaged with village chief to actually identify, using the volunteer to identify who is poor within their commune, their village. From there, we actually even involve all the population to actually sit together after the questionnaire and the process and everything, sit all the village members there together to actually agree rather who's poor and who's not poor. But we are not able to do a nationwide round every year, so we do only 1/3 of the country 1 year, 1/3 of the country for a year, 1/3 of the country another year. So 3 years we go back to that same province again. So that is what we have been doing. The early stage we're able to only provide health equity fund where poor family could go to health center and get the free health care. They don't have to pay for it. Okay, that would be the first program that I highlighted. Second program is the COVID-19 response, where I will combine it together. So because of the existing of this mechanism, I think the poverty identification, last year, pregnancy, cash transfer for pregnant women and children. With that, we actually used the data that was available from the ID pool, or Ministry of Planning data, where they have the poverty, proximity test poverty. So from there, we use that data. We engage that with WINGS, and we start to see, and we actually engage with health center where they actually have condition to use healthcare. So from there, we're able to actually push forward a small program, just we actually engage only about, able to really realize, next slide please, what I was able to realize, what we realized when COVID-19 response happened, with what we need with the discussion, we need some support for our poor family. Is the worst hit would be hit the, I'm sorry, one slide back, I'm sorry. What we found out, it was the worst hit for the family is the poverty quadrant, the lowest quintile of the population. So from there, we were able to push a very quick reimbursement. We sit all ministry down. We cut budget spending right almost 25% of the budget. We're able to save. And we channel it through our program that we designed for just the pregnant women and children to actually able to provide 2.7 million, almost 20% of the population of Cambodia to receive the cash funding program. So there was something, but however, the ministry involved was Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Welfare, Ministry of Interior, other entity. So this is where we actually able to move all the institution around together. Then. So next slide, please. I will come to the conclusion soon. Okay. So this is just an example of how we campaign it. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Right. So the way I would see this, what we learn from doing this, the vulnerable group that will be able to include, we actually, in discussion with the UNDP, UN team here, we not only target poverty group, we actually targeting vulnerable disability people, elderly, pregnant women and children, even further victim of HIV. So those are all included with extra, and the calculation does much more concrete to what we do. So, but anyway, I think I'm out of time. So thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Boris. Very impressive presentation. Also, I learned a lot from your presentation. So you introduced about the National Social Protection Framework and the Social Protection Governance Structure. So actually, during your presentation, I can see you not just have like kind of process innovation, but also you have cover almost all the dimensions of innovation. About institutional dimension, you create a new council. For the top leader level, you have this kind of a coordination mechanism. And also at the organizational level, you also make the kind of, the coordination much easier across the different ministry sectors, right? And also, of course, in the process side, you also make sure that the delivery of this assistance to the vulnerable groups, and especially during COVID-19, the response from the perspective of social protection is very kind of effective, and also not just for the people in poverty, but also for all the kind of inclusion of all the vulnerable groups. It's very kind of impressive. I think other participants will learn a lot from this kind of initiative by your country in this kind of innovative Cambodia, this kind of part of this initiative over this innovative Cambodia. Thank you so much. I think our participant will have more question for you later. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Bowers. Yeah. So now let me have the pleasure to invite Ms. Jocelyn Niwani, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Social Welfare and Development from Philippines. Yeah, I understand that currently Philippines is suffering from the typhoon, and also I really very thankful to Ms. Jocelyn Niwani to attend this kind of workshop and make her presentation. Thank you so much. Mr. Jocelyn, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like
please, your voice a little bit lower. Can you make sure that your microphone a little bit closer to you? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
A little bit louder, please. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Still a bit low voice. Yeah.
How about this? Can you hear me now?
Slightly better. Yeah.
Better? Okay, thank you. So first, I would like to thank you, of course, Mr. Keping Yao, for that introduction. Participants, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or good evening, rather, or good noon. I would like to convey my appreciation to the organizers for inviting me to this activity and for the opportunity to briefly share the Philippine experience, particularly the Department of Social Welfare and Development effort on inclusive and participatory governance. Next slide, please. The Department of Social Welfare and Development has always been committed to dedicating compassionate service while implementing anti-corruption practices to uplift the quality of lives of the Filipinos, people, particularly the vulnerable groups. This is the support to the government's continued efforts to institute processes and mechanisms that will sustain confidence in the government and its institutions by its people. Through the years, the government has been persistent in maintaining good public perception by adopting transparent, consensus-oriented, accountable, responsive, participatory, and inclusive governance that will lead to better policy outcomes and enhanced legitimacy. Next slide, please. In fact, the Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2020, the country's blueprint for socioeconomic development that will pave the way to the accomplishment of Ambition Natin 2040, or our Ambition 2040, includes the strategies to reduce corruption, achieve seamless service delivery, enhance administrative governance, strengthen the civil service, and fully engage and empower people, citizens. Chapter 5, the Philippine Development Plan, leads to ensuring people-centered, clean, and efficient governance. It also aims to empower citizens to engage with the government. As shown are the specific strategies being adopted. First, to reduce corruption. Second, to achieve seamless service delivery. Third, to enhance administrative governance. Fourth, to engage and empower citizenry. And of course, lastly, to strengthen civil service. Next slide. There are a number of specific strategies, programs, and innovative solutions that the government has implemented. But given the time constraint, I will be sharing just two good practices being implemented by the Department of Social Welfare and Development. As the lead agency coordinating the development and implementation of social protection and poverty reduction solutions for and with the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged group, the DSWD has recognized the importance of innovation to ensure effective implementation of programs, projects, and services, adapting to the new conditions and needs of targeted beneficiaries. We also recognize that sustainability and effectiveness of the programs and services delivery depends on many factors, such as partnerships, social inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and capacity to resilience. Our department has also always recognized that improving governance and citizens' participation is a must for development. Citizens' participation has been one of the strengths in the Philippine governance. Next slide, please. Kalahi Seeds, otherwise known as the Kapit-Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan Comprehensive and Integrated Delivery of Social Services, is one of the poverty alleviation programs of the Philippine government being implemented by the department. It uses the community-driven development CDD approach, a globally recognized strategy for achieving service delivery, poverty reduction, and good governance outcomes. In the Kalahi Seeds, communities are part of the project. Every step of the way, the communities are engaged to help themselves move toward development and empowered to achieve improved access to services and to participate in more inclusive local planning, budgeting, and implementation. Among the principles of the Kalahi Seeds, I wish to highlight localized decision-making, emphasizes the importance of community discussions and decision-making, including the formulation and implementation of projects and other interventions to address problems that community residents have identified. Next is empowerment. The project heavily invests in capacity building activities that progressively develop the capacities of the people. And third, transparency. People's participation in all activities and interventions, conduct of consultations, and use of external stakeholders in monitoring. Inclusiveness, the entire community, including formal and traditional leaders, representatives of different sectors, individuals, groups, and local organizations are encouraged to participate. It is important to note that the Kalahi Seeds is further calibrated in view of the harrowing impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, particularly to vulnerable groups and communities. The disaster response operation modality is utilized in Kalahi Seeds to accelerate program implementation in times of disaster and also help mitigate the impact of pandemic. As earlier said by Mr. Yao, we just had the super typhoon passed here in the country, and we are using the same strategy for addressing or helping our people to return to normalcy. Next slide, please. The Pantawid Pilipinong Pamilya Program is a national poverty reduction strategy and a human capital investment program of the government through the SWD. It provides conditional cash transfer to poor households to improve health, nutrition, and education aspects of their lives. According to the report of the ASEAN Development Bank, Pantawid program has been successful in overcoming governance challenges owing to its effective design. Specifically, it has a set objective and transparent criteria and methods for beneficiary identification and selection. It also uses poverty registries, improving accuracy and transparency in beneficiary selection. And among its many components, the program uses grievance redress to reduce the likelihood of unfair selection and exclusion, as well as provide effective feedback mechanism and venue for beneficiaries and the public at large to share the concerns, complaints, and suggestions to further improve the program implementation. The Pantawid program has expanded rapidly since it was first launched in 2008. With expansion, the program has undergone multiple technical adjustments based on implementation experiences, conducted impact assessments, program reviews, citizens' feedback, independent spot checks, and policy and technical assistance from partners and other stakeholders. In the implementation of the program, significant steps were likewise undertaken to improve financial management, governance, and anti-corruption systems through adopting risk management plans and anti-corruption action plans. With the support of development partners, the Pantawid program is further enhanced, incorporating the responses to governance, institutional, and corruption risk assessments. The program enhancements also took into consideration the developments along social welfare and social protection landscapes, emerging socioeconomic considerations, as well opportunities for creating enabling environment to capacitate target beneficiaries. Further, strengthening the capacities of the Pantawid program beneficiaries to become more responsive to health and education needs of the families. The guidelines for the family development session is enhanced. The guidelines aim to strengthen the responsiveness of the family development sessions to the evolving needs in the community, equipping the families, particularly parents, with the necessary capacities to be more responsive, participative, and productive community members. Next slide, please. The Pantawid program has greatly helped to cushion the poor from the adverse impacts of various shocks the country experienced. The Pantawid Pamilya helped to fulfill the country's commitment to meeting some of the Millennium Development Goals, or MDG. These MDGs include eradicating extreme poverty, achieving universal primary education, promoting gender equality, reducing child mortality, and improving mental health. Transitioning to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Pantawid program directly addresses poverty eradication, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and quality education. In line with the response and recovery interventions due to COVID-19 pandemic, supplemental guidelines on the implementation of Pantawid program were further issued, ensuring more efficient delivery of assistance to beneficiaries, especially those most affected by the community quarantine measures. Next slide, please. Reform agenda and innovative governance. With the fast-changing environment and the growing complexities of the need and demands, particularly in a developing country such as ours, our government needs to constantly innovate and recalibrate to improve governance and respond more effectively, efficiently to the emerging concerns. Poverty incidence is a recurring challenge for the Philippines, and the poor are more vulnerable to risk due to their limited capabilities or capacities to cope with the impact of shocks. Decades ago, social protection was characterized by a lack of policy and institutional coordination. With several government national agencies undertaking uncoordinated, and sometimes ineffective programs. The DSWD, in its desire to perform its vision, mission, and mandates, undertook a number of initiatives to be more effective leader along social welfare and development. Among these were the institutional strengthening technical assistance with the ASEAN Development Bank in 1998. In 2006, the DSWD received technical assistance support from the World Bank, implementing the project National Sector Support for Social Welfare Development. The objective was to formulate a reform agenda and map out the processes to achieve improved outcomes of the social welfare and development reforms, improved governance of assistance and delivery through integrated national and local reforms, and increase capacity of DSWD and attached agencies in performance-oriented budgeting and management. Next slide, please. The DSWD reform agenda guided the reform processes and trust for the social protection sector. In 2006, social protection became a coordinated strategy as an offshoot of the discussions on the subgroup on social protection of the working group on MDGs and social progress in the Philippine Development Forum. In 2007, the Philippine Social Development Cluster cabinet level issued a solution adopting a Philippine definition of social protection as shown on the slides. Later on, in 2009, responding to the results of the study that emphasized the need for harmonized social protection programs, the Social Protection Operational Framework was developed and was adopted in 2012. Fast forward to 2019, the Social Protection Operational Framework was further enhanced, incorporating the ASEAN Social Protection Framework, the Sustainable Development Goals, and other emerging developments in the social protection sector. Key points in the updated social protection framework includes: 1, utilize the risk management approach and follows the principles of universality and transformative. Second, by universal, it is expected to cover most risk that an individual and community face and the corresponding integrating challenges brought about by climate change, naturally generated perils, and those disasters caused by man. Third and last, by transformative, it not only responds to current needs, but it also provides the opportunity to improve and move people away from vulnerability and poverty by addressing socio-political challenges. As part of the recovery plan and transition to the new normal, the DSWD continue to strengthen the social protection system and recalibration of social welfare services that are disability inclusive, gender responsive, and age sensitive. This effort is part of the whole nation approach of the government to address the COVID-19 pandemic. With this, I think it is apparent to say that innovation is necessary to good governance. Innovation enables the opportunity to achieving better results and therefore better impact to our intended beneficiaries, particularly the vulnerable groups. It also provides opportunity to recalibrate, improve, and harmonize all efforts utilizing critical partnerships to sustain and maximize resources, increase efficiency, ensure effectiveness and inclusiveness in policy development, program implementation, and service delivery. Innovation also provide important venue to engage citizens, including our program beneficiaries, in the processes and measures at all levels. Next slide, please. To end my presentation, I hope that I was able to share substantive insights contributing to this activity's objectives. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share and your kind listening. Good afternoon, good morning. And
Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Very rich for introduction about the social protection mechanism, the system in your country. And also, I'm very kind of impressed by your highlighting the importance of a community, local communities and local governments, yeah, So it's kind of a localizing the how to say the mechanism. And also, I also very impressed by this kind of 4Ps program about the national poverty reduction strategy. Yeah. And also, your highlighting important the constant needs to innovate and recalibrate to improve the governance and respond to more effectively to the emerging concerns of vulnerable groups. That's very kind of important. The government should keep innovating, yeah, and keep reforming. So this is very kind of important for all of us, yeah. And also, lastly, when you give a summary, you mention about risk management approach, integrated approach, and also you mentioned about the transformative, not just to handle the current challenges, but the government should be forward-looking and how to ensure that to improve the capacities, yeah, of the other stakeholders to make sure that to reduce the inability to be engaged, yeah. So I think you cover the most important dimensions of the government innovation for addressing the how to say emerging concerns or vulnerabilities of the vulnerable groups. Yeah, thank you so much, Jocelyn. I think your of course we will share all the presentation, your presentation as well as other speakers' presentation in our website, and also in the presentation you have shared some your websites. I think that our participants can get more knowledge about the social protection mechanism in your country. Yeah, so thank you so much, Jocelyn. Yeah, so before I open the floor for several questions for our participants, I'd like to call your attention that for our group discussions, my colleague have already shared the session guidance note with the questions for the group discussions. You can download from there to check the 5 questions, which in the very beginning of my overview introduction, I used 5 questions for the group discussions. Yeah, and also the change project plan also or the template are also changed, posted in the chat box. You can also download it for it. Actually, in all our group discussions, we select some questions from this kind of project plan, the change project plan. Yeah, so, okay. So now I would like to open the floor to like 5 minutes. So because I know that we are severely like behind, yeah. So if you may have any question now, please put your question or request, raise your hand to raise your question. So now floor is open to all. In the chat box, I didn't see any questions. So if you don't have any question at this time, if you have any question later, you can also send either send the question to us, or we can also facilitate the communication between you and our presenters, our speakers. Okay. So now I would like to invite all our participants to the pre-assigned groups for the group discussion. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we have one question to Miss Hitumi from Zananu, Miss Ba. Hitumi, the question is, could you please elaborate about the assessment procedure? Can you, Hitumi, just 1 minute maybe to answer this question?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks very much for the question. Thank you, Kipping. So the question is how to go about assessing the meaningful, the quality of a stakeholder engagement process. So the indicator set that I shared during the presentation contains some very simple indicators that you can use to look at your own process, your current practice, what you're doing as normal business as usual, and identify the gaps. Okay, so this is one way in which you can assess your institutional practice. Yeah, I will put the indicator, the link to the indicator set on the chat a bit later. So this is one way you can use the toolkit, sorry, the framework. The other way in which you can use the framework is really about really looking at a specific process that you've undertaken, right? And or maybe a process that you're about to undertake, really. Making sure that you've covered all of the bases that you feel are really important to cover when you're talking about inclusion, whether you're talking about proactiveness, whether you're talking about transformation. You really look at the indicators and see whether or not they're important to you, whether your process design has really taken them into account. And that's the simplest way that I can put it now. I'm really willing to have a separate discussion with you. Please contact me if necessary. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Hitomi. Yeah. So I didn't see any further questions. So now I'd like to ask the support from our colleagues from MDEC to guide you to the group rooms for the group discussions. Yeah. Arifa? So they will automatically be assigned to the groups, yes. Right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I will be opening up the breakout rooms. Initially, we have pre-assigned everyone to 15 rooms, but because there are only 92 participants today, so we will combine each of the rooms together, group 1 and 2 combined, group 3 and 4 combined, etc. So please hang on while we do the redirection into the respective rooms, okay? So for the time being, I will open up all the rooms. Thank you.
So make sure that when you, before you go to the group room, you download this kind of session guidance notes because they have 5 questions, yeah.
So the rooms are open now, so you should be redirected there, and please accept the redirection.
So they all go to the, have already gone to the group room, right? Group rooms, right?
Yeah.
Arifa. We still have 5 people not assigned to any room, right? The Philippine girlie Grace is here. They're
so
not
I have,
assigned.
37 assigned. Okay, so those who are here, other than the co-host, can I reassign you to any of the rooms?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Which they have 50 people in a hall, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all returning to the whole room, yeah? So Arifa, is everybody back? You closed all the rooms, right?
Yes, I think everybody should be back because I have closed all the breakout room.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So how many groups we have actually, you classified?
We had about, hang on. We had 7 groups, 7 breakout.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, very good. So for the group 1, we have like 10 participants, including me and also our staff. So basically it's 7 people, 7 or 8, yeah. So, and also we select our rapporteur, Ms. Heidi from ADB. So before we invite other group to speak, may I invite Ms. Heidi to summarize what we discussed in group 1. Heidi, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Group 1, we discussed some of the questions. One of it is looking at the specific challenges of countries and institutions working on social inclusion of vulnerable groups. I think there were a couple points made there. One was about targeting criteria of the vulnerables, particularly in the time of pandemic. It's difficult to identify who should be the one to be targeted. So it's good to do that in the beginning, have a specific target, and then also check the criteria after, during, and after to see if you appropriately target the right groups for support and protection. The second one is on the challenges of connectivity for example, in the education sector.
Please, may I invite? Okay, good.
Okay, yes. How would we connect, for the training program in education to build capacity of young people? How would that be connect to the local markets? What the local market needs in terms of mixing, matching the job to the training that we provide, so that the vulnerable who are being trained are connected directly to the market and accessibility for getting jobs and things like that. Another challenge raised by colleague is the challenge of capacity building. Though there may be laws and legislation locally for inclusion of vulnerable people, maybe at various levels in the institution, there's not enough capacity, or that the scope and the size of the country may be too big, too difficult to do that. So having some ways to use through the use of technology or some other means to help assimilate and incorporate and build in the inclusion systematically, as well as building capacity of stakeholders to be able to be included. And then there's also the challenge of there's some taboo vulnerable groups that people don't want to discuss because it may be illegal in the country to discuss this group, about this group or something. So looking at the legislation, matching it to the implementation, and making sure that there's a level playing field for everyone to participate is very important. And then how do we see this being implemented in the country? Implementation in the country or in the institution can be through the awareness building of society on inclusion. And then how would the law and legislation be implemented? Capacity building is needed, resources are needed to support inclusion. And some of the tools suggested, maybe even collaboration tools are needed for interministry coordination and collaboration to make inclusion mainstream into different parts of government programs. And then the use of survey, interviews, focus groups, education, multi-stakeholders engagement to projects for inclusion. Those are all very important. And above all, I think the environment for inclusion should be made so that it is intimidation free, so that people would have the freedom to speak, and that it's a genuine concern and genuine interest from government authorities that everyone are to be heard, and that the vulnerable can be made less vulnerable through hearing their voices and not having any retaliation for them raising their voices. And that wraps up our discussion.
Thank you so much, Heidi. So may I invite one more group to speak? Any volunteer?
I think Mr. Jainal Akla Samsudin, he can, yeah, he's our rapporteur, he can speak.
Go ahead, please.
All right, hi. Thank you so much. My name is Zainal, I'm from Malaysia. All right, so from the group discussion, we focus on four social inclusion group. First is the poor, of course, the poverty, and then the youth and low education group, and also the poor at this natural disaster area. So the challenge that everybody is facing is like, like in Pakistan, Mr. Tahir says about the government should participate more and then to give help to the low education people. And also we are looking at how the government involvement to participate in the community. Rather than be the ruler, they become the partner for the society to understand what's happening in the community. And then we are looking into the in Pakistan. Yeah, Mr. Tai talking about the new revised law for the question number 2. What the main change is about new revised law and to implement the project. And then Ms. Hatami also said about the partner of society, and then effective and power of framework. For number 3, which vulnerable group we change main target? Of course, I already said about the youth, the low education group, and then the poor and highly risk area. All right. So how do we strategize? So we are talking about surveys and also the involvement from the government, and then also observation at the place. So it's like I like it when the tick box strategies. I like it when it's like frequently said just now. It's like, you have a policy that implements for all. We cannot do that anymore. All right. And we believe in technology. Of course, we believe in technology, but there are times where technology doesn't work. So community is very important. So we have a technology that glue the community, but when there's a natural disaster happens, the technology doesn't work. So let's talk about community. So we are talking about how from the small community that we can grow big to become in a big, look at big in the country. So start a community, start a circular economy that no one is left behind, including the disabled, including the poor. The rich will, the rich will help the poor, but at the same time, the poor will help the rich. All right. So I think that's wrap up for our group. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So due to the time constraints, we are like 30 minutes behind our schedule. So I will not invite other groups to present here, but I do invite our rapporteurs for each kind of group to submit the outcome, a summary of their discussions to either Arifa or our colleague Mikon Park or Mr. Wu Yang. Yeah. So I would like close the group discussion here. Yeah. So so I like a quick summary of this session. So this session we have like 3 kind of keynote speakers and also 2 kind of country case presenters. Yeah. So we talk about this principles of inclusive governance and also about the challenges in defining the vulnerabilities and also the tools on the principles of the meaningful engagement of stakeholders. Yeah. And also our speakers from Cambodia and the Philippines also introduced their governance framework for the vulnerable groups in terms of like poverty eradication and also social protection. Yeah. So and also during our group discussion, this group discussion is very important. We use the change project template for ensure the sustainable impact of this kind of online training workshop. Yeah. So I do strongly encourage our participants to be more actively engaged in this kind of exercise. And also, please, all the rapporteurs, please provide the summary of the discussions to our staff, so that we can also share the summary of discussion to all the participants, so that we can have some collective wisdom to share our ideas on how to better include the vulnerable groups in the society. Yeah. So, and also Arifa is sending her email address here in the screen. You can send the summary of the discussions to Arifa and also our colleagues here if possible. So without any further kind of delay, I would like to delegate the floor now to Mi-Kyung Park. Miss Park will be the coordinator for our session 2. So while we are waiting for Ms. Park to get all the speakers on the floor, so we could have like a 2 or 3 minutes technical break, but do not log off. Yeah, keep you in the room. But you can take 2 or 3 minutes for technical break. Yeah. So from now on, I would like to delegate the floor back to Ms. Mi-Kyung Park. Mi-Kyung, you now have the floor. Take over.
Yes, thank you very much, Keping, for the great moderation for session 1, and welcome everyone to session 2, which is leveraging digital governments and frontier technologies for social inclusion. Without further ado, due to the time delay, I'd like to start the session 2. So I hope you're enjoying the workshop so far. And the theme of this session, once again, is leveraging digital government and frontier technologies for social inclusion. This session will introduce how leveraging digital government and frontier technologies, such as AI, IoT, big data analytics, robotics, and drones, can foster effective and inclusive public service delivery for vulnerable groups, and furthermore promote their engagement in policy processes. And during this session, we'll also examine the important issues of digital divide and discuss how to address the issue of this issue by developing digital capacities of vulnerable groups and fostering digital inclusion. And this is the overview of this session. Similar to session 1 structure, we'll first have the 3 thematic presentations, followed by 2 country case presentations. After the presentation, we'll have the Q&A with the presenters. So we once again invite all participants to actively share your questions to the presenters through the chat box, so we can share them with the speakers later. We'll then have a group discussion similar to what we just had, having two activities. Next slide, please. The first one will be needs analysis innovation, and the second one will be continued discussion on your project change, but with a particular focus on digital government and frontier technologies. And then we'll wrap up the session by sharing the summary of the group discussions. So now, without further ado, let's start this session 2. The first presenter is myself. I'll begin my overview presentation on the theme of harnessing digital government and frontier technologies for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Next slide, please. Yes, this is what my presentation today will be composed of. My presentation will also include some selected contents and cases from the training toolkit. For the details, please also refer to the toolkit materials. Yes, next, please. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, to begin with, digital government is an enabling tool for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and ensuring leaving no one behind. UN e-Government Survey 2020, for example, clearly states that digital government supports the decade of action through sustainable, inclusive, and equitable public service provision for all people everywhere, leaving no one behind. And it also mentions that digital government services can be an equalizer, bringing services and engagement opportunities for underprivileged people. Furthermore, digital government also plays a role in strengthening digital literacy, digital inclusion, digital connectivity, and digital identity. Next slide, please. Yes, and the UN e-Government Survey also demonstrates that a growing number of countries, close to 80% of member states, are providing specific online services that are for different vulnerable groups, such as women, youth, older persons, persons with disabilities, migrants, and people living in poverty. Next slide, please. And this is important, very important, as more and more public services are now brought online. Next. Moreover, open government data improves the access to public services for vulnerable groups. It can also stimulate innovation through people-centric analytics and applications, which lead to provision of services tailored to the needs of particular groups, including vulnerable groups. We can see from the graph here that the number of countries that have instituted open government data portals has been growing over the past years. Next, please. Also, frontier technologies such as AI, big data, robotics, IoT can foster inclusion of vulnerable groups. Frontier technology can contribute to the principles of effective governance, which was just introduced, elaborated during the session 1, including the principles on inclusiveness. Next, please. Next. Yes. Now, the second part will explain how digital government and frontier technologies improve social inclusion of vulnerable groups with specific examples. This overview here provides 7 specific dimensions to be followed in this part of the presentation. First is that digital technologies can support better identifying vulnerable groups and understanding their special vulnerabilities and needs. Second, it can enhance accessibility of public services to vulnerable groups and ensure inclusive public service delivery. The third one is it can provide special public services addressing the very special demands of vulnerable groups. Fourth, digital technology can ensure inclusion and protection of vulnerable groups during disasters. It can also provide effective means for mobilizing resources and budgeting for supporting vulnerable groups. It can also foster engagement and participation of vulnerable groups in policy designing, development, implementation, and monitoring and review processes. And last but not least, it can promote socio-economic empowerment of vulnerable groups with digital skills and capacities. Next slide, please. Yeah, so first, digital technology can support accurate and effective identifying of vulnerable groups and their vulnerabilities, preventing further marginalization and exclusion of the real vulnerable from receiving essential services or exerting their basic rights, ensuring sufficient reflection of their demands and voices, and avoiding duplications or waste in budget spending, etc. Many people around the world, especially the poorest and most vulnerable people, lack formal identification records, such as ID cards or birth certificates, and this makes them very difficult to access vital services and entitlements. So digital ID can ensure that marginalized individuals are recognized and they're included in the government system for public service. Also, data disaggregation by gender, age, and disabilities, especially collected at the local level, enables better identifying of vulnerable groups and understanding their special needs. For example, in our module 5, there is a separate module addressing this issue. So you can see at the bottom of this PPT slide that I have indicated which module there you can refer to. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, so some examples of digital ID include India's Aadhaar system, which is biometric-based national identity numbers for promoting effective and inclusive service delivery, and the RAINIC system of Peru, which has integrated civil registration, vital statistics, and identity management system, and linked these systems to e-government services provision. And there is also example of Cambodia's ID4 platform, which shares information collected through identification process of poor households with the different service providing stakeholders as well. Yes, and next slide, please. And also for better identifying the real poor and their special needs, Guizhou of China uses big data and cloud computing. Another example is using unmanned area vehicles or drones for hazard mapping of high-risk vulnerables in Fiji. Next, please. Secondly, digital government can enhance accessibility of public services to vulnerable groups and enable inclusive service delivery. Particularly by addressing the barriers confronted by the vulnerable groups. Some of the major barriers are elaborated here, but there are more barriers that are confronted by vulnerable groups. I think we also, during our the first session, special group discussion, we also shared different barriers also confronted by vulnerable groups in different country contexts as well. Next, please. So in order to address these barriers, for example, Bangladesh, through its A2I initiative, provides government service portal, which helps vulnerable groups better access public service. Yes, and the services are decentralized through one-stop digital centers that are established at the local level, and they have also made the process easier through service process simplification. Another example of enhancing accessibility of public service is New York City's case of using video call system to allow persons with hearing disabilities to access city information and services. Yes. Next, please. As another example, World Food Program is using blockchain-based humanitarian food distribution system for the refugees in Jordan, for example, who have limited access to humanitarian assistance due to their lack of official identification. Another example is the Ministry of Health of Rwanda is using drones for medical supply delivery to remote areas of the country, particularly by partnering with a private company. Next, please. Yes, next dimension is providing special public services addressing the special demands of vulnerable groups. So based on accurate understanding of the different specific needs of the different vulnerable groups and incorporating particularly the local context of vulnerability, digital government can support the development of specialized services, including e-education, e-health, e-economy, and etc. Effectively addressing the special demands of vulnerable groups particularly requires engagement of the targeted vulnerable groups in service designing processes and nurturing inclusive mindsets of government officials who actually design the services. Next, please. So for example, in the Republic of Korea, is using the sensors for providing emergency care for senior citizens who are living alone by detecting the emergency situations and reporting it to the emergency center to provide immediate assistance. In Warsaw, Poland, it uses IoT technology for providing assistance to visually impaired residents as well. Next, please. Next dimension is how digital technology can ensure inclusion of protection of vulnerable groups during disasters. Increasing natural disasters affect vulnerable groups, particularly hard due to their weak resilience to shocks. And digital technologies are essential elements in disaster risk management, particularly for protecting vulnerable groups and addressing their special demands in disaster preparedness, prevention, management, and recovery. Next, please. Yes, some prominent examples of using digital government for COVID-19, for example, although session 3 tomorrow will address more on this issue, but it would include contact tracing apps, AI chatbots, online permits, and e-learning portals. And UNDES has recently launched compendium of digital governance initiatives in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, introduces various country cases, including those for vulnerable groups. Next, please. Yes, and then next one is example from Canada, where dashboard is used with location-based services for identifying high-risk communities such as older persons, and using the interactive map to highlight the nearby medical facilities, and chatbot for youth through SMS, Viber, Facebook Messengers, WhatsApp during COVID-19. These are some of the prominent examples. Next, please. And digital platforms can also facilitate partnerships among relevant stakeholders, and this can provide innovative mechanisms to mobilize resources and budgeting for filling the resource gaps to support vulnerable groups, such as crowdfunding. Next, please. For example, in Singapore, a government-linked nonprofit organization launched e-campaigns and raised funding for Singapore's migrant workers who are seriously affected by COVID-19. Saudi's Sports for All Federation also launched an initiative on its website which rewards people's activities by delivering food baskets to people who are most in need. Next, please. And digital tools can stimulate and facilitate participation of citizens in public decision-making as well. Through online consultations, citizens, including vulnerable groups, are co-designing public services. And digital tools are also leading to co-creation with citizens, enabling them to become an active and informed partner in problem solving. Next, please. And these are some of the diverse ways through which digital technologies can foster e-participation of citizens, including vulnerable groups. Next, please. For example, Paraguay has used social media to increase the participation of the marginalized citizens in the process of creation of Fourth National Action Plan. And Seoul Metropolitan Government of Republic of Korea uses mobile voting or m-voting to promote citizens' participations on policy decision-making, including participatory budgeting for by the participation of youth. Next, please. Last but not least, digital technologies can empower vulnerable groups as proactive agents of change and development, transforming their roles beyond the recipient of government support. So digital technologies provide them the opportunities to develop their capacities that can lead to increased socio-economic participation and empowerment. Next, please. For example, ITU and ILO's initiative introduces 8 thematic priorities for decent jobs for youth, which include digital skills for youth and youth entrepreneurship. Also, e-government for women's empowerment in Asia and the Pacific Toolkit, which was jointly developed by UNDESA, DPIDG, and UNESCOB, provides practical guidance on how to involve women in designing e-government services and promote digital literacy as a pathway to women's empowerment. Next, please. Yes, next, I would like to briefly explain several challenges in advancing inclusive digital solutions and some policy considerations. First is digital divide, where the digital first or digital by default approaches actually bear the risk that social exclusion of marginalized groups gets interlinked with the digital exclusion, and digitization of government services do lead to digital divides as well. Next, please. And we can see that digital divides are based on a number of diverse topics. This topic of digital divide, bridging digital divide and promoting digital inclusion will be further elaborated by our next speakers as well. Next, please. Second challenge is improving the usability of websites for vulnerable groups through content design that are specifically designed for the target group, adapted to the local environment, and also provided in local language or language of the target group, and including NGOs, local communities, and volunteers from the vulnerable groups themselves is essential for this process. Next, please. Last challenge is about data protection and building digital trust of citizens on governments, as digital government and frontier technology collects and processes huge amounts of sensitive data of citizens, including personally identifiable information. Next, please. Yes, so lastly, I would like to conclude my presentation by sharing some policy recommendations that highlight the importance of, first, providing multi-channel service delivery for those who do not have the access to digital devices or who have low digital literacy. And second, improving their digital literacy for their empowerment. Third, developing contextual and local solutions. And fourth, managing impact of frontier technology, for example, on employment and income. And fifth, about the importance of improving e-resilience, especially during the times of disasters. And last but not least, government's innovative partnerships and collaboration with various stakeholders. This is the end of my presentation. I hope it has provided an overview of the related issues and the innovative practices on how frontier technologies and digital government can foster social inclusion of vulnerable groups. Thank you very much for listening. Now, it is my great pleasure to invite the second presenter to deliver the second presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Kim Malaliu, who is the Deputy Chairman of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, and Senior Lecturer at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering of University of the West Indies, to deliver her presentation on bridging the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion. She's also the co-author of the recently published report by ITU on women, ICT, and emergency telecommunications. Ms. Malaliu, the floor is yours.
Greetings all. It's a pleasure to share some thoughts on bridging the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion, with particular emphasis on a selection of essential tools and strategies necessary for context-appropriate ICTs to deliver on their promise so that they can ultimately be used to address the key priorities of the vulnerable. I borrow the definition of the digital divide from Module 8 of the Training Toolkit, Social Exclusion through Technical, Socioeconomic, Cultural, and Other Obstacles for Vulnerable Groups to Effectively Use Digital Services. You are aware that there exist many different vulnerable groups and that physical, social, economic, and environmental factors contribute to vulnerability, and that many individuals are subject to multiple dimensions of vulnerability. For example, a poor fisherman exposed to high levels of exposure at sea with little shelter from the elements, with his livelihood subject also to several impacts of climate change. And when he comes ashore, he suffers various forms of social exclusion. Poor women who live in rural areas and suffer from gender-based discrimination are multiply vulnerable, for example. So the various forms of vulnerability are differently nuanced, but the digital divide is often differentiated. For example, estimates of the digital gender gap are for mobile 45% in Pakistan, 60% in Rwanda, for internet 12% overall in developing countries, having increased by 7% over the period 2013 to 2019. The fundamental divide derives from the lack of access to digital opportunities to live the life one values, so it starts but does not end with the physical aspects of access. So where do we start to address the digital divide? Many say we start by measuring. You may be interested to read up more on the Asia-Pacific approach through the AP Information Superhighway Digital Divide Index, which considers very many parameters as you see here. But there are several other methodologies and tools which variously consider matters such as access, usage, impact, as well as other issues such as readiness, availability, and more. The 3I Inclusive Internet Index of the Economist Intelligence Unit, the NRI Network Readiness Index of the World Economic Forum WEF, NRI incidentally has been discontinued, and the IDI ICT Development Index of the International Telecommunication Union ITU are examples. The output of the measurement process is the all-important data, which is a critical input to planning. In this example, 3 indices are tracked which variously assess infrastructure, affordability, knowledge, quality, usage, opportunity, utilization, access, use, and skills. It is important to track comparable data over time, as we have done here in the slide in 2007 and 2013, and we will do again this year into the next. It is also important to measure the status of the digital divide against international benchmarks, while at the same time ensuring that the measurement tools are localized to ensure fitness for purpose and fitness for context. It is critical that measurement design enables the gathering of disaggregated data by vulnerability, who they are, the nature of their vulnerabilities, where they are, and their numbers. In this example, we have gathered considerable data on persons with disabilities and, among other things, whether they use special equipment to access the internet, mobile service, and fixed line service. But wait, there's more. For example, the Alliance of Affordable Internet's meaningful connectivity, which calls for the right speed, the appropriate device, enough data, and regular internet use. Be mindful that your measurement design criteria must be fit for purpose, must be fit for context. I wish to take a brief journey through the priorities for the vulnerable revealed by a 2020 ETC ITU report on women, ICT and emergency telecommunications, recognizing that the findings are entirely transferable to all vulnerable groups. The priorities are access to information, access to cash and identification, which are often closely linked in problem or solution, engagement and participation, learning and perceiving vulnerability differently by the vulnerable and by everyone else. Key ICTs to address the priorities of the vulnerable are free-to-air radio and television, cellular voice with SMS, mobile internet, and increasingly distance learning platforms. But these are able to satisfy each of the priorities of the vulnerable to different degrees. As always, ICT must be fit for purpose and fit for context. But let's have a look. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where we consider what is required to enable ICTs to deliver on their potential, as they do not do so on their own. In particular, they often require infrastructure, policy and regulatory frameworks, operating standards, and competence to operate the user device. They are also often attended by device cost and often operational cost to use the device. To enable ICTs to deliver on their potential with the specific intention of bridging the digital divide requires a great deal of collaboration amongst a rich ecosystem of agents and agencies. By way of example, let's take a quick tour of a sample of specific strategies and tools. For many reasons, wireless channels, free-to-air TV, radio, cellular, and mobile internet are the most effective for the vulnerable. The propagation of the wireless signals for these technologies is predominantly through line-of-sight means, which imposes stringent design and deployment requirements and consequently is not economically viable for low population densities and rough terrain. In this example, you see Brazo Venado, a rural community with low population density, lying nestled among the hills in the central range of Trinidad, outside of the dense array of cellular towers. Communities such as these are often unserved or underserved, as there is very low return on investment. A mix of legal obligations and incentives is generally required to serve them. Legal obligations and incentives to serve uneconomic areas with wireless communications services often relate to poles and towers on which antennas are placed. The higher the pole or tower, the longer the line of sight, and consequently the greater the coverage. Limited access to these can be a significant barrier to competition, which in turn can drive prices up and quality down. Regulations which require owners of poles and towers to share this infrastructure in principle reduce costs to provide services and consequently in principle reduce service costs to end users. This is an active area of market innovation. Universal service regulation is a critical tool for bridging the digital divide. It both imposes the requirement for service providers to serve underserved areas and provides incentives for them to do so. A variety of technologies are prime candidates for underserved regions. These include TV white space, which uses the TV band spectrum. A regulatory framework for TV white space is an important precondition for its use. Digital divide bridging is a challenging proposition that benefits from shared wisdom and experience. This is very much so for those ICTs whose benefits rely on policy and regulatory frameworks. I encourage you to draw on the ready and free resources, including the Telecommunications Regulation Handbook and the Digital Regulation Handbook. As emergencies amplify pre-existing vulnerabilities, the ITU guidelines for National Emergency Telecommunication Plans is also an important resource. Among other things, these handbooks provide the applicable underlying principles. Your localizations and alternate solutions and strategies will of course take account of your local circumstances, needs, and constraints. ICTs are best able to deliver on their potential in the presence of operating standards. Examples include quality of service regulations, provisions for lodging complaints, and name and shame strategies. Key standards also include the requirement to accommodate various forms of disability in all aspects of telecommunications service provision. The learning priority for the vulnerable refers both to knowledge, skills, and attitudes to use ICT appropriately, as well as to apply them for the purpose of learning. Digital literacy frameworks are potent tools to structure learning objectives. The Global Framework of Reference on Digital Literacy Skills is one such. It is structured along 5 core competence areas: information and data literacy, communication and collaboration, digital content creation, ICT safety, and problem solving. It also includes a localizable 6th career-related competence area. A collaboration between the Caribbean ICE Research Program and the Caribbean Open Institute under an UN FAO project has developed a responsive web and mobile application to train limited literacy board members of fisherfolk organizations in the area of governance. These organizations are very marginalized, and their members and constituents are highly vulnerable. Good governance for FFOs has been formulated, and inappropriate competencies from the nominal framework have been omitted. The framework may be customized for your particular context. Of course, a rich mix of campaigns is essential to build competence and interest at all phases of the ICT growth path, with the vulnerable as the key focal point. You will hear many cases of this in the case studies to follow. Cost is, of course, among the factors which has sustained the digital divide. Though purchase cost of an ICT device may be a barrier, it is often the operating cost that is the most crippling. Public-private partnerships and innovative collaborative models with civil society, community-based organizations, and academia are essential here. Also, information campaigns with comparative advisories on pricing plans and other key points to note for low literacy users are also essential. Local, regional, and international cross-sector collaborations is essential to bridge the digital divide. Here are some examples of engagements that the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago is involved in on a continuous basis. Sample policy-driven strategies to promote digital inclusion of the vulnerable include the exertion of international pressure on digital platform operators to protect users' rights. Because emergencies and disasters exacerbate pre-existing vulnerabilities, it is important that governments ensure that national emergency telecommunication plans require multimodal messaging in text, audio, video, and if possible haptics during all phases of the disaster risk management cycle, and that emergency messaging is available on multiple channels, for example, free-to-air TV and radio, SMS, and internet at no cost. It is important that governments require that and incentivize service providers to offer accessible ICT devices, services, and support, and accessible financial services through mobile money and biometrics. That they meet universal service obligations to ensure free-to-air cellular and Wi-Fi coverage. They introduce ICT market innovations to enable affordable service for the vulnerable. It is important to incentivize community radio stations, to establish community Wi-Fi hotspots with training and mentorship, to encourage the vulnerable to tell their stories through a variety of ICT channels, to encourage the inclusion of the vulnerable in the co-design of ICTs and recognize their contributions, to support community innovation through makerspaces in schools and community centers, to provide ICT for all vulnerable groups, to integrate ICT seamlessly into social service campaigns, public awareness and capacity building, and to collaborate on a regular basis, not only in crises. You will see much more of these built out in the case studies in the presentations to follow the current one. I hope that you now have a sense of some essential tools and strategies necessary for context-appropriate ICTs to deliver on their promise so they can ultimately be used to address the key priorities of the vulnerable: access to information, access to cash and ID, engagement and participation, learning, and perceiving vulnerability differently. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts.
I think your presentation explaining the major challenges, policy concerns, followed by various approaches, tools, and real examples actually provide very practical information for addressing the issue of digital divide and promoting digital inclusion. And your emphasis on the holistic approach, covering infrastructure, law and regulation, and competency building, as well as on the local, regional, international collaboration across sectors, I think it's very highly essential for this topic. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive presentation. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Angela Rong Chen, Innovation Program Officer of UN Women, to deliver a presentation focusing on digital technology for women's empowerment. Ms. Chen, over to you.
Thank you, Mi-kyung. Yeah, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here with you today. My name is Angela Chen. I'm the Innovation Program Officer with UN Women. And so on behalf of our organization, I'm here to share some examples how we're utilizing ICT for women empowerment and inclusion. Next slide, please. So I don't know if many of you know about our organization. We're the youngest organization in UN system. We were established in 2010. So you can consider us as the global champion for gender equality and women empowerment. And we're working on some specific mandate areas, including the leadership and political participation for women, the economic empowerment, the ending violence against women, the peace and security. And in addition, we also work closely with governments on the policy development and normative work. Next slide. So we have like footprint or offices in over 80 countries with a global workforce of 2,500 personnel. So we are truly enjoying a workplace which are fully embracing diversity and inclusion. Next, please. So in terms of digital innovation, I would like to mention that innovation as a whole was defined as the driving force for our strategic plan from 2018 to 2020. So we're working on innovation, both non-tech and tech side. So for the tech side of innovation, what we're doing is trying to solve some problems, common problems we identified at a societal level. The first problem is the lack of gender responsive innovation. Basically, you can see a lot of fancy innovation products come into the market every day, but many of them don't necessarily responding to the needs of women. The second gap is the underinvestment in digital innovation for marginalized women, especially in the least developing countries. And the third is the underrepresentation of women in STEM field, from either in education, in career, in business, etc. So all these problems, they are contributing to tangled with each other and contributing to a very complex problem that all of us want to solve. So here are just two examples of the problems. So on the left side, I would recommend everyone to read the newest Secretary General's report, the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. And you could see that gender inclusion is a cross-cutting theme in this report, basically because the advancement of technology does not necessarily translate to the equal benefits to women and men. And on the right side, you can see a classic example of how lack of gender responsive design in innovation products. We had the safety belt designed in 1949 based on the needs of a tall man, but it was only after almost 50 years later that the safety belt was customized to the needs of pregnant women. Next slides. So in the digital sphere, young women, we're leveraging our unique value and positioning in solving ICT for gender inclusion in major 4 aspects. The first is on the program side. We are adding digital arms to our programs to create or partner with agencies to develop some tailor-made digital solutions, incubate and scale them into the program context. And second, we're also leveraging high-level policy discussions to feed in our analysis on the relationship of technology and women. And then by convening, utilizing our convening power, we're also working with multi-sectoral partners, especially private partners, to create an enabling ecosystem for women and girls to thrive in STEM field. And the last but not least is the digital capacity building for the in-house personnel. Next slides. So here today, I'll just quickly present 5 use cases we have done in Young Women utilizing ICT. So all of these projects are done in close collaboration with governments. The first one is the use case is the digital initiative called Buy From Women. So you can understand it as a website or a mobile app that is used by smallholder women farmers in Africa in the least development regions of the world. So by utilizing this app, they now have the access to land, market information, etc. for the first time in their life. And they also know how to use mobile apps to manage their business, how to map their lands using GPS signal, etc. The Buy From Women project is currently alive in 8 countries. You can check more details in the URL. Next slide. So starting from the agricultural sector, we're now evolving this Buy From Women project in 2 more sectors in an organic manner. The first is for women entrepreneurs, like small business owners. We're currently working with the Government Innovation Fund in Costa Rica to develop a full-fledged e-commerce platform, so women can sell their products on the online platform because their offline venues are closed due to the COVID-19 impact. And then the second new realm for us is to explore how Buy from Women app can be utilized in disaster risk and reduction field. Where we're trying to pilot like a weather insurance early warning system in Liberia, Malawi, and Haiti. So the women farmers there can now better equipped to cope with the impact of drought, flood, and earthquake. Next slide, please. The second example is about blockchain. We are interested in explore how blockchain can bring benefits to women in humanitarian settings. We are running several projects in different refugee camps where women can earn salaries by doing some work. So traditionally, our payment to the women are through cash transfer, which will take several days to complete the process, and we are also charged by third parties on the transaction fee. So with the true firm belief in the distributed nature of blockchain, we are interested to explore first whether blockchain can help us cut some intermediaries and improve the efficiency of the payment process. And second is to see whether blockchain can help us reduce some duplication of work in terms of record management, etc. So this has led to collaboration with World Food Program and the pilot project in Jordan at Zatari refugee camp. So now, instead of receiving cash, the women can have their digital wallet and digital account by iris scan in the camp. And we're hoping to also expand these projects into other similar projects in other refugee camps. Next one. The third use case is about called Peace Farm app, which you can find and download on Apple Store and Google Store. This is an app developed by our MENA region offices, where a lot of peace negotiations are happening in real time. So basically, the consideration of women needs or the participation of women in peacemaking process is often neglected in this region, or they want to do so, but they don't know where to start. So to solve this problem, our offices developed this Peace Farm app, where a lot of agreements, case studies, insights are incorporated into the app, so that the peace negotiation parties, mediation parties, and also women activists can use the app to find relevant information so that they can better formulate a more gender responsive strategy in peace processes. So this app is currently live in Arabic and English language, but we're also thinking to expand it to other continents and countries. Next one. The next one is about a program called Second Chance Education. This program started from a very beautiful idea that we know that many women and girls, they didn't have chance to finish their education in their childhood or early years due to different constraints. So by rolling out this program, we're hoping that we can give them the second chance in their life to learn the essential knowledge and skills to thrive in the real world. So this program has been running for 2 years and in 6 countries, in 3 different, targeting to 3 different types of women groups. The first one is targeting at women with the extreme poverty line in least developed countries. And second is women in the conflict context. And the third group is indigenous and most marginalized women groups in developed countries. We also have a website set up for this program, which you can click and to learn about more details. The next one, please. So the last but not least one is to see how we incorporate our thinking's analysis of women and technology into policy briefs and a different level of policy discussions. So basically, young women, we are a true believer firm believer of the tremendous potential of technology, but on the other hand, we're also taking very cautious steps in adopting any of the technology solutions. So basically, because this is really a double-sided sword, and we want to make sure that every solution we roll out will bring no harm to the women because they're extremely vulnerable. So here are just 3 examples, publications which you can download and read later. The first one is about digital finance and gender, which has a lot of practical recommendations for government to consider. The second is about gender and big data, which includes a few use cases that worth exploring. The last one is a journal paper we established for after the blockchain projects. So it has some thoughts of how we can apply blockchain for women groups in humanitarian settings, including both the positive and negative thoughts. Next slide, please. So the last slide is about the digital innovation principles, which has been endorsed by many agencies, including us. So we're trying to abide by all these principles whenever we want to develop or partner with vendors or partners on utilizing some digital solutions. For example, the first one, design with the user, we value it very much. We use the human-centered approach to really make sure our product is gender responsive, but it's not a product driven by the needs of ours or the needs of the donors. And then the other principle example is the open source. We try to make sure all of solutions are built on open source software so that we can limit the potential cost in the future, and also it will be easier for us to hand it over our solutions to our partners like governments in 2 or 3 years' time. So these are just a quick overview of some of our ICT projects. If you want to know more details, welcome to drop me an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Angela Chan, for your presentation, which outlined the underlying problems of digital gender divide, and also introduced very diverse innovative practices and initiatives of UN Women in different regions. I think also the UN Women's publications that you introduced, as well as the innovation principles, could be very useful reference for the participants as well. Thank you very much once again. Now we'll invite country case presenters. For the first country case presentation, it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. Nordaji Razak Nurhalim, Director of Digital Inclusion Division of our co-organizer, MDEC, to introduce Malaysia's case. Mr. Nurhalim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kim. Hi, everyone. This is a Malaysia case study. The problem statement is we are having rising cost of living, especially among the low-income household in the urban areas, as well as increasing number of unemployment among the fresh graduates, especially from the low-income household. So next slide, please. Okay, so basically we are leveraging on the sharing economy or gig economy or freelance economy. I think right now it is known by many names. The principle is the people as service provider directly provide their services to the market through digital platform. Of course, the digital platform in the middle, it could be local platform, it could be international platforms. And the market, of course, individuals as well as businesses. So we actually started in 2012 or 2013 initiative on how to get the crowd to actually participate directly in the economy, especially the crowd from the vulnerable groups. So in 2017, we look at the trend in all over the world on the gig sharing economy, freelance economy, and we believe that the government needs to have a proper roadmap on how people can benefit on this new model of digital economy. So we actually developed a strategic roadmap in 2017, and we identified the activities where people can participate, and there are different types of sharing economy. One is asset-based sharing. If you have a car, Uber type, you can provide services. I think everyone understand that. Or you have lorry, you can actually provide transportation services. And then we have intangible asset based on your skill, your time, your inclination, and so on. You can offer to the market and gain some benefit of it. And good sharing is something that is pre-loved items. And of course, money sharing is crowdfunding. So we have a roadmap how to actually impact these vulnerable target groups based on this sharing economy or crowdsourcing or crowd-based economy. Next slide, please. We know this economy, actually, this model is disrupting a number of sectors from logistic, transportation, up to professional, down to professional services in many areas. So we know from the perspective of businesses, this type of economy can increase efficiency, cost savings, and you actually have wider options because you can employ or use the services of people, of vulnerable people who are outside of your organization boundary. So you actually have access. So the platform, the digital platform actually provide you with the access. So this impact of how people can actually participate in this economy need government intervention. That's how we feel in Malaysia, and this impact can be augmented if government can actually provide, number one, addressing the trust issues between the people who provide the services and the people who demand, or the businesses who demand for services, and the entire enabling environment for this to happen. The government also believe that we should have open policy in terms of how do we embrace this new model sharing or gig economy to promote a more fair level and competitive playing field between the traditional incumbents who used to provide all these kind of services and the new people, the vulnerable people who come into the market to also provide these services. We also do not want for this model to actually take advantage of these vulnerable people by paying low and unfair fee for the services. So that's something that government need to also look at. Next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, there are three perspectives of this model of economy. One is the service providers, i.e. the people who are going to provide the services. They need to have confidence and trust that they're going to get paid. They're going to get paid fairly. And how do I know that the platform or the site that I'm going through can be trusted? Then we're looking at workers' protection, safety net, what happens if there is dispute in terms of services that I've provided. What about my employment status? We are looking into employment status because we feel that this type of economy increasingly becoming the new norm, especially in how economies are actually behaving right now. And then we have the second part of this actor in this new economy, which is the platform players. Platform players basically need a clear policy and regulation from the government, and because they are also looking into how do I position myself in the traditional economy vis-a-vis the traditional players. There are regulation on certain services that need to be addressed. I think if you can remember a few years back, there was what they call that between the taxi drivers and the Uber drivers, or here Grab drivers. So before it was a dispute, who is legal, who is not legal, and things like that. And then government, I think a lot of government have put policy in how do we manage this new model and the traditional model. That is just one type of services. There are many more services that I think the people can actually participate. Just not about the transportation sending people from point A to point B. There are many other services that can actually using this type of digital economy model. The third part, of course, is the user, the demand of this type of services. Again, the trust issue is there. Because they are dealing with one platform, and secondly with the people on the platform who provide the services. I think some safety, quality assurance and things like that need to be addressed. Next slide, please. Okay, in Malaysia, we actually put up a national program to encourage people to create awareness among the people, especially the what we call B40, the bottom 40% of the population in terms of income household, how they can participate in this new economy, whether they want to do it on a part-time basis, i.e. to get additional income to cope with the rising cost of living, or they want to do it on full-time basis. So we have two main programs. One, we call it e-Rezeki, focusing on low and semi-skilled job tasks that can be distributed to the people through multiple platforms. And the second part is we call it Global Online Workforce Program that is focusing more on skill and high-value jobs. The skill and high-value jobs, the target community would be those graduates, unemployed graduates that come from the low-income families. As I mentioned, these type of platforms are actually impacting a number of sectors: tourism, transportation, retail, F&B, business services, and so on. So from the government perspective, we're looking into the sectoral policy and regulation that would allow and promote people to actually involve directly in provided services directly to the market. And at the same time, we want the businesses, the demand, actually adopt this type of model so that they can create these opportunities for the people that we are targeting. And then, of course, when we have these multiple actors in this new economy, they need a proper governance from a clear governance from the government perspective, and safety net, of course, to actually ensure that those people are paid fairly and they have that what they call that medical benefit and so on, in terms of if they are taking this as a new type of employment. Next slide, please. Okay, this model actually is a private-public partnership between the government and multiple players, platform players. If you look at the slide, we actually have a centralized database. The government actually create this centralized database. What the government is doing is they actually engage people, profile them, and get their interest in terms of the qualification, in terms of their age and so on, what is their work experience, and what do they like to do. And then we match them with the different platform partners that actually can create or provide income opportunities for them. At the same time, the government actually validate these platforms that actually to address the trust issues from the people perspective as well as from the business perspective. So all these platforms are verified by government. People can comfortably go in and actually work, gain income opportunities through these platforms, providing all kinds of services. As you know, this kind of economy, the big ones are transportation, the Grab and the Uber of the world. Then we have Airbnb. You actually provide accommodation services. Local folks can actually or in rural area can actually provide this kind of services. But there are many more services. The one that I want to highlight, if you look at the share of value in terms of this type of economy in Malaysia, you can say 30% coming from transportation, the Uber or Grab type of services, 30% coming from the accommodation services, and another 30% coming from all kinds of services. So in this respect, we would like to, our intent is to grow this other type of services where actually people can participate. And we know that most of these platform players are startups. That's where this partnership in a way is that government support these platform partners by getting people to be on board on your platform to provide the services that you're focusing on, and whereas the platform partners will focus on how to get the opportunities, the job from the market. If you go to the next slide, please. Okay, these are the platform partners that actually have that we have under these two programs. And as you can see, there are many areas from healthcare, lifestyle services, part-time crew, tourism-related services, more professional work like coding, programming, content writing, and so on. So we actually aggregate all these platforms that we have verified for the purpose of addressing the trust issue, so that they know these are the platform that government recognize. You will get paid fairly. You actually can have a process in terms of arbitration if there is any dispute between the service providers and the market demand. I think that is the model. So basically, from the government point of view, what we have is we have collected a database of people based on their qualification, interest in the space of this crowd economy or sharing economy, so that we can actually facilitate them to better match them with the right platform, with the right opportunities that more suitable for them. So of course, there are limitations to this because most of this platform, the demand side are highly concentrated in urban area. Yes, we can address those urban poor household, those who are coping with the rising cost of living, but there are also issues like limited opportunities in rural areas, except for areas in tourism services and so on. So bottom line, the other factor that is key to make this successful one is the connectivity in rural area. That is very important. The second part is how do we engage the people touch point in rural area, to engage them, to how to onboard them, right, to profile them, to actually to be part of this program. So it is a national program. So we are all over the country. So we actually work with telecommunication providers as well as the infrastructure side from the government agency to actually address the digital infrastructure issues. Okay, with that, I thank you very much for listening and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nurhalim, for sharing Malaysia's experience of creating income opportunities for low-income households and addressing the unemployment issue among the recent graduates through using digital platforms and sharing economy, especially the analysis on the challenges in various dimensions, as well as the emphasis on addressing the trust issue, promoting people-centric economic growth, creating an ecosystem through public-private partnership, I think was very important. Especially tomorrow's during session 4, we'll focus more on public-private partnerships as well. Thank you very much once again. Next, last but not least, I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Kumar Sithamaran, the Center Director of E-Government Leadership Center of National University of Singapore, to introduce Singapore's case in promoting digital inclusion for older persons. Mr. Sithamaran, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
It's visible.
Great.
Thank you.
So let me move on. Thank you for that kind introduction. Let me take a moment here to thank MDEC and UN Project Office on Governance for inviting me to be a part of this great discussion. I'm going to talk about digital inclusion, and I've been listening to our speakers earlier, and they've done a fantastic job of covering various aspects. And Angela also spoke about something which I'm going to elaborate on, so it fits in very nice, on adoption. So let me spend a few minutes on while digital inclusion has various perspectives, the access, the adoption, and the application, or putting it to the right use. It is no longer a luxury. Digital inclusion is no longer a luxury, but a necessity as we move forward. Singapore, perhaps the only asset that we have is people. And therefore, there's a huge amount of focus on treating this resource very carefully. And the tech talent and as a part of Smart Nation. So we are ensuring everyone, starting from preschoolers right up to senior citizens, are exposed and are comfortable with technology. Give you a view of population. Singapore is perhaps equivalent to one of your cities for the participants, but 5.69 million, of which 4 million are residents. And the most important thing to note is the old age support ratio is declining over the years. What it means is in 1970, there were 13.5 people to support one elderly person. And elderly person is defined as 65 years and above. 2030, it's expected to be 2.3, from 13.5 to 2.3. And it's going to grow rapidly thereafter. So 2020 onwards, if you see, the graph is very rapid. It's going to have implications on our healthcare as one of the diversions before I come to digital inclusion. Now, this is an important part. If I were to design solutions for out-of-hospital care, which means I don't strain the hospital beds and use technology for that, the elderly population needs to be comfortable with it. How is Singapore getting ready for this? We are learning from it, and we are still adapting. There are a lot of initiatives. Diabetes is one of the largest diseases. I mean, the most worrisome diseases for Singapore. We are doing a targeted push of information to the individuals. A lot of applications where you can just point to the food and it will tell you the amount of calories and potential sugar content in that. We are nudging people. In fact, Ministry of Health has given our folks wearables and to help them to stay healthy, encourage them to walk care out of the hospital, which means telemedicine, etc. The whole idea is to move from illness to wellness, healthcare to preventing it. Now, there are a lot of these technologies we use to help with the elderly population. A lot of telehealth, e-services, robos, Alexas of the world, etc. And you leave it to the engineers. They will design a very sophisticated application systems. And to Angela's point on user-centric, let me just share a story with you first. Everybody is familiar with this, right? Green Man. It's used for traffic junctions, red light crossings to help pedestrians cross. With the aging population, which is the second fastest in Asia, our Land Transport Authority came up with this solution where you tap your senior citizen card and it will give you additional few seconds for the elderly to cross. Objective, road safety, both for pedestrian as well as motorist. What a noble objective, and taking care of elderly population. But guess what? The usage of this solution was very, very low. And it took us a few iterations to find out every time you tap, you are expected to pay in other areas. For example, in your train, in your bus, when you buy something outside using that card. So therefore, elderly, when they saw that tapping here intuitively restricted them, or they had the mindset that it may take money out of that card. So therefore, the lesson learned is technology is good to use, but pay attention to mindset. And by the way, this is not necessarily true for elderly population. It's a mindset that you need to deal with for a broader population. As long as human beings are there, there is a mindset. And then understand human behavior. And therefore the need to focus on that. As our minister said, Smart Nation vision about people is about people and mindset. It has nothing to do with technology. Just give me a second. Okay, so let me move forward. So instead of designing a very sophisticated system, all you need in case of emergency is one single panic button to get help for you. Well, Singapore has been learning that and is looking at various aspects. So we have a well laid out strategy for the ecosystem. We are talking about a digital economy framework for Singapore as a country, digital government blueprint for the government, and readiness for the citizens. There's a huge amount of focus for digital inclusion, a whole lot of initiatives. In the interest of time, I won't go through each of those, but personalized service support in community centers, subsidy for up to 90% for person with special needs, and a lot of subsidies for broadband connectivity. So the government is doing its part, and there's a whole lot of crowdsourcing as well going on, as one of the speakers spoke about it, and a whole lot of philosophies to enhance digital access, etc. And then we are focusing on this program called Silver Infocom program, which is targeted as elderly population. The idea of the Silver Infocom is to level up tech skills and literacy among senior citizens to bridge the digital divide. Whole lot of programs out there in terms of electronic resources for upskilling. And this is the beautiful part of it. Now, the senior citizens can attend classes who are together in the polytechnics and universities and take those courses. And guess what? Together with the students, the regular students, and the regular students obviously have to appear for the exam, and elderly population, the fees are heavily subsidized and they don't have to appear for any exams. It's pure knowledge acquisition. Likewise for the National Library Board, there's a lot of programs for senior citizens. Now, IT Bootcamp, the research showed that elderly are more prone to learning from their grandchildren. So the primary school kids invite their grandparents and work alongside with them to bridge that gap. Now, this is a very interesting, I thought I will call it out. Small things of this kind, you know, a $5 plan, I think it's $5, yes, for 30 days to just encourage elderly population to use mobile and stay connected. And the research shows a few years after its implementation, the elderly population are becoming more digitally savvy. So let me share a short video to illustrate this. Mikyung, is the audio okay?
Yes, I can hear it very well. Thank you.
And this is my grandson. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years. So much has changed.
It's okay，改次再玩啊。
哎呦，不用啦，你有 mobile payment right？
Yeah。哇，你也会用啊
But some things now are easier for you.
Thank you, Papa.
Amoy.
Wow, Evan, so big already
You see, they are talking about this fake rice selling at the supermarket.
Yeah, the rice made of plastic. Scary loh.
You know, I think this is fake news leh.
But it's already on the website.
My daughter always says that you need to check the source.
But how do we know we can trust it?
Look at this website name. Andy Howard.
Oh. Wow, you know a lot, nah?
Hey, help me download apps in my handphone leh.
You help me to set up my WhatsApp also.
I know where you all can get help.
See, you just have to scroll this here. See, it's that simple.
Can help me download more apps too?
Yes, of course. Actually, Auntie, if you are keen to learn more basic digital skills, like how to use the internet safely, we have a class starting in 10 minutes.
I have been to a few classes already. My daughter signed me up. But you're good lah.
I learn very slow, you know.
Can one? It's not that hard. We can always help each other. Evan and I can join you too. Okay?
Why don't you guys give it a try?
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we are employing multiple approaches to make the citizens, senior citizens, comfortable. And I would like to end my talk with this thought. Inclusion is just not bringing people into what already exists. It is making a new space, a better space for everyone. Now, George is a professor from Ghana, but this thought has been at the back of my mind, lingering with me for a long time. So I thought I'll just share this with you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity. Stay safe and hope to see you all in person in future. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ashoka Sithamaran, for introducing various strategies and initiatives of Singapore to address the digital divide of older persons and particularly developing their digital skills. And as you emphasize, that is very important. I fully agree that the mindset change is very important. I think in our also chat box discussion, other participants are also agreeing with the importance of mindset change. Thank you very much for sharing your insightful presentation and the experiences of Singapore. Thank you. Now, this concludes all the presentation parts of this session. Before we move on to the group discussion, we would like to have a brief Q&A session with the speakers. Let me double check the questions. I don't think we've received many questions from the participants. I think it's because maybe the presentations have well addressed the many points. And in addition to that, I think we could also invite the speakers to those group rooms as well. But if I were to address one question from Ms. Shadia Shampa, who directed one question to me about how to address digital divide. Well, I think this question was shared a bit earlier of this session, that many of our presentations, good speakers have shared many good approaches, innovative approaches, strategies, and solutions were shared and introduced by our great speakers. But if I were to, since this question was directed to me, maybe add and maybe reiterate, I think among others, improving the affordability to access the internet, especially the broadband, through market reform, to break the monopoly by reducing legislative, regulative barriers to enhance access to underserved or underserviced groups would be important, as well as collaboration with IT, business sectors, and the private sector to improve the accessibility. Also, while government provides digital services, providing multi-channel service delivery is very important. And last but not least, what we've seen by our speakers, also improving the digital skills and training to empower the vulnerable groups for their own use, so that their role can be transformed to the agents, active agents of society in the society would be very important, among others. I once again thank all the speakers for their very insightful presentations and ideas shared. With this, we would like to move on to the group discussion. So for this session, we'll have two activities. Let me briefly go over the activities before we move again back to the breakout groups. First one is on needs analysis and innovation by harnessing digital government and frontier technologies. So in your group, please discuss the special risks and special vulnerabilities confronted by each vulnerable group. For example, we've seen already during the presentations about different cases of special vulnerabilities and risk challenges by women, older persons, for example. Please do discuss ideas from your own context, your own country's context, and then discuss what would be the innovation that would be required to address these special risks and challenges. And then how digital government tools or frontier technologies can respectively be leveraged for designing, developing, and implementing such required innovation. So with this table, I think the rapporteur can compile good innovative ideas and practices from different countries and different organizations from different participants. Next slide, please. The second activity will be continue the discussion on change projects, but we'll be focusing on how digital government and frontier technology can be harnessed for achieving your change project. So please refer to these three questions and what would be the necessary then digital skills and capacity that need to be developed by government officials or other relevant stakeholders to effectively leverage digital government tools and frontier technology. And then in that process, what could be possible challenges or policy concerns, including the issue of digital divide that this session has covered, then what could be practical solutions. So I think although we might not have too much time, we would have maybe compact 20 minutes of discussion with these two. Just as was the case in the session one, please do kindly summarize your group discussions and share it with us so that it can be shared with the other participants later. Okay, so may I ask our support teams to divide the breakout groups, please?
Hi, good afternoon, evening, and maybe morning to mobile participants. Okay, so we are going to, I'm going to open the breakout rooms again. the ones that was already in the earlier group should remain, but for some new ones who have just joined, I will be randomly assigning you into separate groups. Okay, so I will open the breakout rooms now. Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
Thank you and welcome back too.
Okay, welcome back to the plenary meeting room. I think, for example, even in my group, I think we were still speaking in the middle of discussion, but we're moved back. Apologies for the speakers who are still in the discussion. But had to be cut. Apologies, but we'll be continue having the group discussion tomorrow during the tomorrow sessions as well. So we look forward to your very active participation as well. So now we don't have much time, so perhaps I think we'll have time to invite maybe one group to briefly share what they have discussed. I was informed by our one of our facilitators that Mr. Jainal Aklau has volunteered to share the discussion.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. All right. So it's a very interesting presentation just now about the digital government, where this is moving forwards and everybody is talking about it. And then we do have data, and when government have kind of data, but how do we, understand about the data? The data is only useful if you know what we're gonna do with the data. So rather than having it there, why not we're looking at the psychometrics of it? Understand about the psychology of the vulnerable group, and then we use to the max that we can have this social media that we have right now. We have Facebook, we have TikToks and everything. Let's do that, and then from there we can detect who really needs help. A simple example as like people are committing suicide, you can look at their Facebook before they're committing suicide, right? So this is how the government should leverage from the authority that they have, and then use it and then understands what's happening. And the other one is like the problem that we're gonna have is like what trust, the community that we are trying to penetrate, the trust. So I believe that we should, the authority should be involved, as like Mr. Lewis just said just now. I love it so much, like become the partner rather than the ruler. I love it so much. And the guideline, please do not have a blanket guideline, right? Doesn't like, sometimes you have a guideline that applies for all. Let's understand the situation, and we try to create and understand where can we help and what should we help. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that other groups also had very reachful discussion, but due to the time constraint, that we won't be able to invite all. So if you could kindly, the rapporteurs of each group could share your discussion, that will be also appreciated for further sharing. Yes. So we also look forward to continue discussion tomorrow. So now this is the time to finish the session and wrap up the session. For once again, for those groups who didn't have a chance to present, or for those people who didn't have a chance to share the questions, please do feel free to share your thoughts, experiences, ideas, voices on the online discussion board through the link that we have shared before. Yes, so I hope that this session has provided innovative approaches, strategies, and practices about harnessing digital government and frontier technology, and addressing the important issue of digital divide and promoting digital inclusion. I'd like to once again extend deep appreciation for the speakers for their insightful presentations, and also thank all the participants for your very active participation throughout the day one, not only for this session, but also previous session, the day one of this workshop. Before finishing this session and day one, I would like to share that all presentations, files, and references materials will be available on the online discussion board, as well as the UNPOG website soon. So we've received many questions about the presentations, so please do kindly check the website. And on Thursday, day 2, we'll have session 3 on ensuring inclusion of vulnerable groups during public health emergencies. And we'll have also great speakers from UNDESA, WHO, UN ESCAP. So please do join on Thursday. Also on Thursday, we'll have session 4, addressing the issue of financing and partnership for social inclusion, also with the speakers from ADB, UNCDF, MDAC, and so forth. So we'll also continue discussing our change project plan. So please also bring your change project plan template with you so that you can continue sharing your ideas and insights with other participants. Okay, lastly, before you leave, we would like to invite you to share your feedback by spending a few minutes on taking the survey on workshop day 1 through the link in the chat box, or through the do we have our staff? Do we have the QR code presenting to be screened? No? Then we'll be sharing the survey link through the chat box for your access. Yeah, and your feedback, your opinions, ideas will be very much appreciated. Okay, thank you very much once again, everyone, for your active participation, insightful ideas, and we look forward to meeting you again on Thursday. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Just wait a while, Mikhail. The survey QR code not posted in the chat box yet.
Oh, so, okay.
So hold on a little bit, 1 or 2 minutes. Jenny, can you post the QR code now in the chat box? Sorry, 1 second. Okay, great. So yeah, Mikhail, you go ahead.
Yeah, so once again, this is the workshop evaluation link for day 1. So we would like to kindly invite the participants to share your feedback with us. Yes, that will be very much appreciated. And then we will be resuming back with session 3 at 9 a.m. Kuala Lumpur time, GMT +8 for day 2. Okay, so thank you very much once again for your great contributions, and we look forward to meeting you again on Thursday. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 minute. We are putting the link in the chat box now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Ingay, nakaano ko. Naka-chat.
Okay, now the link is available. Yeah, for the survey, the link. Yeah.